Okay, sorry for the like 20-minute intro screen, if anyone's even there. I don't even know if anyone's there. I also don't know what's happening with this lighting. Also, I decided to wear fangs, and I'm going to be lisping the whole time. And I'm going to be reading books. I don't know. I don't know whose idea this was. It was mine. It was my idea. But if you're new around here, hi. I'm Abers. How's it going? I play video games sometimes. I play Skyrim on occasion on this stream, and the reason I started playing Skyrim, oh my god, how bad? All I see is titties. Shut up, Jay. I'm just kidding. That was, Jay, I'm really sorry. That was really aggressive of me. That was really aggressive. I'm so sorry. Your makeup is amazing. Thank you. It took me like 4 goddamn hours, so thank you. I appreciate it. I did put a lot of eyeshadow on my boobs. I also decided to like put on these like press-on nails last minute because I was like, those will look cool. You guys aren't even gonna see my hands, and I can't do anything with these. I can't do anything with these. I can't do a single thing. T Miller, hello. How's it going? Thank you guys. Thanks guys. Thanks. I have a mimosa, which is very much needed. How bad is the lisp? Is it really bad? Can you even see? Can you even see my fangs? Do I have lipstick on my fangs? Kitty scritches? Oh my god, you're the fucking best. What do you mean? What are you talking about? So, what has gathered us all here? Let me say hello. Fun, thank you for the lurk. Kai Wildcat, you do your thing. If you need to lurk, lurk away. Same with you, Taiwan Time. Do your thing. If you need to lurk, lurk away. Thank you all for being here. Aren't mimosas brunch drinks? Well, they are, unless you drink them at nighttime, Swoggle, and in which case, it's just a drink. Swoggle, welcome. How are you? Let's see, T. Miller, hello. Jay, hello. So the reason we're doing this is that, one, we've done this before, and it was really fun the first time around. 2, you all, beautiful, wonderful humans. Oh my god, I didn't realize that the chat box is up there. Where did the chat box come from? That's so random. Okay, there we go. Okay, anyway. So we've done this before. It was really fun. Also, you beautiful, lovely, wonderful people raised money to help me buy a new computer, which I'm so excited about. So I'm actually going to go computer shopping with my little brother tomorrow. I'm very excited about it. But one of our stretch goals was to do a little Skyrim book reading stream. So here we are. This is what we're doing. Lurking, but goddamn that outfit and makeup. Thank you. Thanks. Well, like I said, this was a stretch goal, so I was like, I want to like go all out. And last time I dressed up as like, I don't know, I kind of like just made up an NPC and was like, I'll just like throw together random shit from like what I already have to kind of be like a Skyrim-esque character. And that was fun. But I decided, since you all are so horny for lizards, that I would just do my own little, oh no, you know, lusty Argonian maid. So that's that. That's what this is. Let's see, doing okay. Had some corn and feeling good. Great. Corn is delicious. I'm glad you're feeling good after the corn. That's very good. Good for you, Swoggle. Proud of you. Much hype. All the hype. Okay, so as far as the books are concerned, which books we'll read today? If you want me to read The Lusty Argonian Maid, it's gonna take 10 subs. You don't have to do that. We don't have to read The Lusty Argonian Maid. I'm already here. It doesn't have to be 10 subs from one person. That can be crowdsourced. If you all want that, that's how you get that. If you want me to time you out, like the benevolent Dom lizard that I will be tonight, that'll cost you $5 or 500 bits. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to give me any money, and we'll still read books. But those are available to you if you so choose. Let's see, if you get enough subs, etc., that you get through the Maiden Thief of Virtue too many times, you have my permission to read my maid fic from last time. Thank you, Fun. I was thinking about it. I was like, I might have to bust out Fanaria's little fanfic. So thank you, Fun. I appreciate that. I was joking with Tantiv. I was like, oh, I should make a Lusty Argonian Maid Mad Lib. And I just didn't have the time, but I wanted to. I was like, that's a brilliant idea. So I don't know. Maybe next time. Maybe next time I can figure out how to like make that work. So Villain, who plays quite a bit of Skyrim, she gave me a couple of recommendations of books. I haven't actually looked those up. The ones that I had bookmarked are because of Brian David Gilbert. So he does a video where he... Oh, I didn't mean to add a bookmark. I just wanted to look at my bookmarks. Why? Take this bookmark away. Remove it. He does a video where he talks about all of the different Skyrim books and like which ones are his favorites, basically. And so based on that, the ones that I am thinking about are Dark Wolf, thank you for the lurk. No, not the lurk, the salute. The coffee salute. Maybe the lurk. Who knows? Dark Wolf, hello. It's good to see you. So the ones that he listed are Feyfoken, which I have bookmarked. I wonder if when I look at the contents, if it shows me where my bookmarks are. I thought of everything. I clearly did not. Bookmarks! I clearly did not. I don't know what my bookmarks... Oh, okay, the other one I was thinking, because again, Brian David Gilbert really likes it, is called The Argonian Account. My cat is here. Hi, Bubba. What do you think of these weird nails? You like them? Yeah? Cool. It's good to see you. Okay, bye. Oblivion is your number one Elder Scrolls game. Nice. I've never actually played Oblivion. I've only played Skyrim. I got Morrowind and I played like a little bit of it, but it's tough, man. If you never played it before and you don't have the nostalgia for it, it's pretty tough. At least from my estimation. Have a good stream. I'm off to bed. Good night, all. Overnight lurk engaged. Thank you. Dark Wolf, it's good to see you. Thank you for the overnight lurk. I appreciate you. Get some good sleep. Morrowind is crunchy. Exactly. It's crunchy. I've heard good things about Oblivion. I might have to play Oblivion. Hello? Hello? Abbers? We don't know them. But if you want a deranged human being who put green eyeshadow on her boobs for 4 hours today, you've come to the right place, Strawberry Shortcake. How are you? You look incredible. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. No, literally, just like me, like sitting here for like hours. It was a good time. I'm very proud of the makeup. There were parts that were a struggle. Try as I might, guys, covering your brows. You would think that like the more you do it, the better you get, and theoretically that's true. Drag queens are fucking magicians, man, because like mine always turn out like oatmeal, and maybe you can't tell, so I'm gonna pretend that they look perfect. But man, there were a couple things about this makeup that were a struggle, but a couple things, like the things that worked. Like, okay, check this out. Can you guys see that even? How cool are those eyelids? Right? Look again. I'm a fucking lizard, baby. It's cool. Sorry. So the eyelids I'm very pumped about. I was just saying before you got here, or maybe even lurking, I don't know. I decided to put on these press-on nails because they're like this cool, like green ombre. But the thing is, you guys aren't even gonna see them. And like, as much as I like living the fantasy, I can't do anything with these. I can't type. I can't open my phone. Like, and I knew that. And so I like... I tried to do everything I could and did the nails last second, but then I went live and then I was like, oh shit, I have to like type my like going live messages. It took me forever. I'm also wearing these fangs. Can you see them? Do they even matter? Tandem, it's so good to see you. This one was a struggle. It was a struggle. I'm proud of how it all came together. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that today was a struggle. Today was a struggle. You know why else? Okay, can we just talk about it and then we'll actually read books, I promise. Tandiv, how are you? It's so good to see you. Brent, hello! Hello to you from my tavern in Skyrim, which is obviously where I am right now. It's good to see you. I hope Florida is good. I hope your trip has been good so far. Let's see. They matter. I appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Like, just hype me up a little bit, and then I'll be fine. Just hype me up, let me finish this mimosa, and then we'll be good to go. Be good to go. Okay, so I was in the middle of covering my brows, and I got an email from the apartment, like, management, like, of where I live, right? And they were like, hey, we've marked your car to be towed because your tags are expired. Hey, bud, let's not go on the laptop right now. Yeah, let's not. You want to come say hi to people instead? You can't go on the laptop. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you. Come over here. Hi. But, so they sent me an email that was like, we've marked your car to get towed because your tags are expired. And I was like, fuck. I know that they're not. So then I was like scrambling around my apartment to find my tags because sure enough, well, no, okay. So first I went out to my car to double check because I was like, no, they're not. Like, they're not. And I looked and I was like, fuck. I know that they're not expired, but I forgot to put the fucking sticker on my license plate. And so then, so mind you, I go outside in this giant hoodie and like dirty jeans, sunglasses on top of my like gross, like halfway covered eyebrows. And so I run back inside, do a mad dash around my apartment to be like, where the fuck is that piece of mail? Found it. I forgot to put my tags on my license plate. So I did. I put the tags on, right? Not a big deal. They put this like giant fucking sticker on my window to be like marked for towing. We will tow you by blah blah. And this sticker will not come off of my car. I'm gonna have to like get like hot washcloth and like Goo Gone and like really scrape the shit out of it. And I'm fucking pissed, you guys. I'm so angry about it. I'm so angry about it. Yeah, Goo Gone, I know. But still, like, could they not have just like called me or like left a like paper ticket or something? Like, why do you need to put this like sticker that like why? So annoying, especially annoying because it's like, I just forgot. I just spaced it. I just forgot to put my tags on my fucking license plate. Like, I get it. You have to enforce that shit. I understand. You don't need to put this, like, fucking sticker on my car. So anyway, that was cool. That happened today. Otherwise, oh, I was going to try to take pictures of this whole situation. And I have a little, like, tripod with a little, like, clicker thingy. It decided last minute it didn't want to work. It was like, nope, we're not. Nope, you're just gonna take shitty selfies in questionable lighting instead. It's like, cool. Awesome. So I'm sorry. Welcome. I'm sorry that I'm complaining to you all about this process because I actually am really excited for the stream. But it's just, today has just been one of those. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You just got to the hotel about 20 minutes ago. Nice. I hope you're able to relax and, you know, all that jazz. Hand sanitizer works for labels. I know, but Kai Wildcat, it's the principle of the matter. It's the principle of the matter. Now I have to go do all that shit. They didn't have to do me like that, you know? You know, I know I can do that, but what that means is I have to take time out of my day to fucking do that. Annoying. Swaggle got pulled over once because I forgot to re-register my car. Before that car, I didn't own a car for more than 6 months. Did you get a big old ticket? That's the thing, it's like, I'm glad I, like, figured it out before getting a big old ticket, because I probably would have. So I guess that's something. I don't know. Okay, so. Argonian account. So anyway, that's my day. How's your day? Argonian account is one option. Again, based on the fact that it was one of Brian David Gilbert's favorites. And I'm dressed like an Argonian. I was like, maybe that's a good place to start. We also have Fae Foken, which is another one that he recommended. I didn't actually look up the ones that Villain recommended. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. You were trying to be sneaky, but I gotcha. Guys, I found a cat. Here she is. Hi. Yeah, I know, the nails are weird, I know. The nails are weird, you like the wig, I understand. I'm sorry about the nails, I know, I'm sorry. The nails are weird, I'm sorry. She's like, what did you scratch me with? Oh my god, she is a pretty girl. They eliminated renewal stickers here last year, but you have to complete online renewal, pay outstanding fines, etc. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, I kind of prefer that, honestly. But, I mean, yeah, it is, yeah. Trying to get some McDonald's and got pulled over. So glad it's the weekend. Same! Same. I actually had the day off, and I have all of next week off. I took all of next week off for spring break because we're not teaching anyway. So I was like, this is my time. This is my chance, you know? Let's see. Khajiit. She's my Khajiit. There it is. Thank you, Fun. I need you. All right, what is this book? Eslaf Errol series. This is another one that Brian David Gilbert recommended. I forget what the other ones are. Taiwan Time, thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you. It was fun seeing you stream yesterday. We have, okay, Feyfoken. So basically, from my estimation, right now, our choices are Feyfoken, Argonian account. Those are the two. And then let me double check what villain had recommended. Kai Wildcat, thank you for the lurk. Go do your thing. You're totally good. You're totally good. What did she, because she recommended something. Don't jump up. I see you. I see you. Don't jump up there, please. I said don't jump up there. You know how cats will like do that little like scooty butt thing when they're like about to like jump or do something? She was doing the scooty butt thing. Okay. Let's see. Okay, the Oblivion Crisis is another one. Which that seems like it's just like all of the history of Skyrim, which I don't know if we necessarily need that. I'd rather have like good fiction. Okay, Myths of Sheogorath. Sheogorath? Sheogorath. And then also the 13 Blessings of Sheogorath. So that's if we want to do like, I don't know, Daedric kind of horror stuff. Uh-oh. My fangs are coming undone. Don't worry. It happens all the time. It's totally normal. So let's see. I'm going to start a poll if I can type that. And I'm going to let you guys decide our fate because I don't have decision-making abilities right now in my brain and my heart. I cannot. But can I type? This is the other question. Which book do we read first? Oh my god, how do people do anything? Bonnie, that's so naughty of you. You are so naughty. Did you see her? That girl. Bonnie, you're so naughty. What's your deal? Okay, which book do we read first? Options are Feyfoken. I cannot type to save my life right now. Okay, the Argonian account. And then what was it? Was like Airslav something something? Eslaf Errol. Oh no. Let me see if I can find the Sheogorath one. Because that sounds cool. I just haven't actually bookmarked it. Myths of Sheogorath. Oh my god. Maybe we'll type the whole thing. Yeah, I didn't think it was in here. I'll have to find a different... I'll have to find it some other time. Because I know that there's stuff about Sheogorath. Sheogorath? Maybe it's Sheogorath. I know there's stuff about Sheogorath in here, but as far as like the actual book, I have no idea. What was the other one? Argonian account. Eslaf Errol. Okay. That took 1,000,000 years. Thank you for your patience. It also took me 1,000,000 years to go live. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you all. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to tell me what you want to read, okay? Because Bonnie, she does. She does have wares if you have the coin. It's true. I wonder if she were to sell wares, I wonder what it is she would sell. I don't know. She doesn't really have any possessions, so that's interesting. It's funny. I like washed my bed sheets and put on like new linens, and like her favorite thing when I've just like made my bed is she likes to like dive under the sheet, like not the like covers, but like if there's just a sheet, the flat sheet, and she'll just sleep under there. It's so silly. I don't know what it is. All right, so far 1 for the Argonian account. And like sometimes if there's like a blanket on it, she'll, you know, like dive under the blanket, but like really it's like it's all about the sheet for whatever reason. She's into it. She feels it. It's her thing. I was hanging out in a stream earlier, and the streamer was talking about how their dog, like, she's bought their dog like 1,000,000 different dog beds, and of course like he doesn't sleep in any of them. I was like, your dog sounds like a cat. Because my cat does that exact same thing. All right, we have 2 for the Argonian account. I should have maybe put other. If you, by the way, are a Skyrim nerd and you happen to have like a Skyrim book that you're like, no, we should read this one, let me know. I'm totally down. I'm open to whatever. I'm here for it. I'm down. We're gonna just like, we're here. We've made it. Just gonna like relax, you know. Just gonna chill. Maybe go get more mimosa, because this isn't gonna last. I can tell already. Strawberry Shortcake, how's your day? What are you up to? How's life? It's good to see you. Everyone else, same question. Thank you for being here. How was your Friday? If it is Friday for you. I think for like Taiwan time, it's Saturday for you probably, right? Like Saturday morning? I think. I don't know. Time zones, man. It's tricky business. Turned off my alarms, missed 2 meetings. Oh no! Oh, that's the worst feeling ever. I'm sorry. Are they things you're gonna be able to make up? Like, I hope they're not that big of a deal. I hope it's okay. I mean, if it, you know, even if it's not okay, it's gonna be okay, promise. Have a charity stream to prep for, and I'm not worried. Oh no! What all do you need to do prep-wise? Wow. Totally not a big deal. Okay, good. Fuck them. They don't pay you enough. I don't know how much they pay you, but they don't pay you enough, so you're good. When is your charity stream? I saw that you were doing that. I'm gonna try my damnedest. If I can figure out how to type things, I'm gonna. If you guys don't know Strawberry Shortcake, you should go follow her, because she's amazing, and she's going to do a charity stream, and it's going to be super cool, and she's not prepped for it. And so what that means is that you got to go anyway and support her, because it's going to be amazing regardless. So go support Strawberry Shortcake, please, I beg. Please, I beg, go do it. Let's see. So far, Argonian account seems to be our winner. It might be an Argonian account kind of a night. So that works for me. I'm down. Just get all the assets in OBS Studio and all that. Yeah, totally. That stuff takes more time than people realize, I think. Like, I getcha. Like, but you can do it. You got this. What time is the stream tomorrow? Extra work with those nails. These nails were such a silly idea. I saw them and I was like, these will be really cute, and they're like the perfect color. And I really, I was like excited about them for pictures, and then I wasn't even really able to take pictures. So we're just here. I've made choices. The choices that I've made are questionable. But it's fine. This is fine. This is good. We're doing great. Actually, real talk. I think I am gonna go get more mimosa real quick while we're chilling. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Instead of unplugging my headphones that way, I'm gonna unplug them from here. I'll be right back. My kitchen's right there. I'm not even gonna mute myself. You're gonna be able to like hear me, you know, making mimosas and stuff. It's just, you know, we need it. We need it. I need it. I need a brunch beverage, okay? Last time we did this, I made hot toddies, and that was delightful. That was delightful. And I could do that again, but I bought this sparkling wine a while back, and I have orange juice, and I was like, well, that's what I'm doing tonight. I know that there are Bloody Mary people out in the world, but I don't understand. I don't understand savory beverages. I don't understand drinking soup for breakfast. Well, I understand eating soup for breakfast. Bloody Marys, they're just a whole other thing that I can't do it. Mimosas though, all day. All day, every day. Well, no, that's not true, but I like them. Boop. Done and done. Never had a hot toddy? Oh man. It's a good wintertime thing. Like if it's cold outside, it's really good. And then part of why I had them for the last one was just like, it's really good for your vocal cords. It's just like, basically, you can do it with whiskey. I did it with cognac, like whiskey, brandy, whatever. Honey, lemon, hot water. So it's like, it's really nice on like your throat. And I figured since I was like going to be reading a lot, I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And so today I kind of thought about doing it, but I was like, mimosa, I just had all the stuff for mimosas and that just sounded yummier. So here we are. Christmas drinks? Yeah, totally. Huge in the Midwest? Really? I didn't know that. But yeah, it's totally a very like Christmas time kind of a thing. And you can throw like, I don't know, if you're sick, like a little bit of cayenne in there, throw some cloves in there, a little ginger in there. But I just do like, yeah, cognac, hot water, lemon, honey, boop, 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 done. Swaggle, what's your drink of choice? Kate, same question. Not a Bloody Mary person either. My in-laws are. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that are super into them, and that's like, that's cool. Do your thing, but like, it's just, you know, I can't get into it. I don't know. I don't get it. Let's see. Coquito. What is a coquito? That sounds very fancy. Bourbon and ginger ale, classic. Classic, can't go wrong. Yeah, I need to know about coquito. My sister made, we were calling it a stinky Grinch, which was not what it was actually called, but it was grapefruit juice. This is like she makes like a different like cocktail like every Christmas, right? So it was grapefruit juice with like a little bit of jalapeno and then either vodka or tequila. I can't remember. I think vodka, but you could do it with tequila. It'd be good. Okay, I've only had 3 cocktails in my life. 1 glass of champagne and 1 cider, so I'm a baby drinker. That's fair. That's totally fair. But wait, what is a coquito? But yeah, that's totally fair. Drinking is not all it's cracked up to be. That said, though, every now and again, little liquid courage feels good. Feels right. Coconut-based drink with rum, coconut cream, condensed milk, and cinnamon. Ooh, that sounds really good. That sounds delicious. Like Puerto Rican eggnog. I was gonna say it has it's like similar vibes to rum chata a little bit, like horchata, right? That sounds really good. That sounds amazing. You like Maker's Mark, but it's all pretty good. Okay, yeah, yeah. All right, I think we're going with Argonian Account, guys, which is it's a great choice. Great way to start out. I've never read it before, but we're to see. I think it's gonna be good. Paloma's great, because Paloma is just grapefruit juice and tequila, right? I think. Maybe there's more to it than that. Maybe bitters. Do you throw bitters in there too? All right, Argonian Account it is. Thank you to my voters. I appreciate you. Horchata is stuff that's made with rice. Yeah, I think so. But it's very like, it's got a like kind of creamy, like cinnamony vibe. So yeah, similar to what Strawberry Shortcake was talking about, except I don't think it has coconut. But it does you can do it with rum, bunch of cinnamon. I think it's like rice milk. Yeah. Paloma had squirt in it too. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like grapefruit soda of some sort. Love it. All right. Is it time? Argonian Account time? Are we all prepared? Argonian Account. Argonian Account. Book 1. By Wogan Yarth. Wogan Yarth? Wogan Yarth. I wonder if I can make this just a little bit... Nope, I don't think so. Ah, I did it. Okay, cool. On a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial City sat, or perhaps lounged, Lord Vanetch's building commission. It was an unimaginative, austere building, not noted so much for its aesthetic or architectural design as for its prodigious length. If any critics wondered why such an unornamented, extended erection held such fascination for Lord Vanetch, they kept it to themselves. Wow! Wogan Yarth! Please. Please. Okay. Like, really? In the 398th year of the Third Era, Decimus Scotti was a senior clerk at the commission. It had been a few months since the shy, middle-aged man had brought Lord Vanetch the most lucrative of all contracts, granting the commission the exclusive right to rebuild the roads of Valenwood, which had been destroyed in the 5-Year War. For this, he had become the darling of the managers and the clerks, spending his days recounting his adventures, more or less faithfully, although he did omit the ending of the tale, since many of them had partaken in the celebratory Unthrapa roast provided by the Sillenstry. Informing one's listeners that they've gorged on human flesh improves very few stories of any good taste. I don't know, I mean, making soup, we'll pretend I'm a tavern maid. Yes, do it! I love that for you. I love that for me. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see. Scotti was neither particularly ambitious nor hardworking, so he did not mind that Lord Vanetch had... Is it Vanetch? Vanetch. We're gonna go with Vanetch. He did not mind that Lord Vanetch had not given him anything to actually do. Whether the squat little gnomish man would happen upon Decimus Scotti in the offices, Lord Vanetch would always say, "You're a credit to the commission. Keep up the good work." In the beginning, Scotti had worried that he was supposed to be doing something, but as the months went on, he merely replied, "Thank you, I will." There was, on the other hand, the future to consider. He was not a young man, and though he was receiving a respectable salary for someone not doing actual work, Scotti considered that soon he might have to retire and not get paid for not doing work. It would be nice, he decided, if Lord Vanetch, out of gratitude for the millions of gold that the Valenwood contract was generating, might deign to make Scotti a partner, or at least give him a small percentage of the bounty. Sweats, I live in Argonian. Oh my god, hi! Oh my god, hi! Hi, Celestial and Cassie. How are you? It's good to see you. We're reading the Argonian Account. Happy Friday. What are you up to? I'm also drinking mimosas because why not, you know? Oop. Decimus Scotty was no good at asking for things like that, which was one of the reasons why, previous to his signal successes in Valenwood as a senior clerk for Lord Atreus? Sure. He was a lousy agent. He had just about made up his mind to say something to Lord Vanetch when his lordship unexpectedly pushed things along. "You're a credit to the commission," the waddling little thing said, and then paused. "Do you have a moment free on your schedule?" Scotty nodded eagerly and followed his lordship to his hideously decorated and very enviable hectare of office space. I love all of this, making my hardcore character. Yay! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay, who are you making? Are you gonna stream it? Tell me all the stuff. If you guys don't know Celestial Cassie, fucking wonderful, beautiful, amazing human being. Usually a retail WoW person, but they're gonna try their hand at a little hardcore, little classic hardcore, and so my little hardcore heart is so excited. So don't get me wrong, I'll watch you play retail all day, any day, every day, but hardcore is just something else, and I'm very excited to see what you do. Yeah, go follow Cassie. Scotty nodded eagerly, followed his lordship to his hideously decorated and very enviable hectare of an office space. "Zenithar blesses us for your presence at the commission," the little fellow squeaked grandly. "I don't know whether you know this, but we were having a bad time before you came along. We had impressive projects for certain, but they were not successful. In Black Marsh, for example, for years, we've been trying to improve the roads and other routes of travel for commerce. I put my best man, Fleus Tiju, on it. But every year, despite staggering investments of time and money, the trade along those routes only gets slower and slower. Now, we have your very clean, very, very profitable Valenwood contract to boost commission's profits. I think it's time you were rewarded." Scotty grinned a grin of great modesty and subtle avarice. "I want you to take over the Black Marsh account from Fleus Tiju." Scotty shook as if awaking from a pleasant dream to a hideous reality. "My lord, I couldn't." "Nonsense," chirped Lord Vanetch. "Don't worry about Tijo." "Tijo? Tiho. Tijo. Tijo! He'll be happy to retire on the money I give him, particularly as soul-wrenchingly difficult as this Black Marsh business has been. Just your sort of challenge, my dear Decimus." Scotty couldn't utter a sound, though his mouth feebly formed the word no, as Lord Vanetch brought out the box of documentation on Black Marsh. "You're a fast reader," Lord Vanetch guessed. "You can read it all en route." "En route to Black Marsh, of course," the tiny fellow giggled. "You're a funny chap. Where else would you go to learn about the work that's been being done and how to improve it?" The next morning, the stack of documentation hardly touched, Decimus Scotty began the journey southeast to Black Marsh. Lord Vanetch had hired an able-bodied guard, a rather taciturn red guard named Malik, to protect his best agent. They rode south along the Niben, and then southeast along the Silverfish, continuing on into the wilds of Cyrodiil, where the river tributaries had no names, and the very vegetation seemed to come from another world than the nice civilized gardens of the northern imperial province. You see, you said, "Swallowing so much. Gonna stream my antics. Do it! Thinking troll shaman. Ooh, or an elf druid. Ooh, those are both wonderful choices. I'm a Zug kid. I'm very partial to my trolls. But I mean, you are a druid baby, and so doing a little elf druid, like, that sounds fun. That sounds nice. You can't go wrong. Those are both very good choices. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to watch you. Let's see. Scotty's horse was tied to Malik's, so the cleric was able to read. It made it difficult to pay attention to the path they were taking, but Scotty knew he needed at least a cursory familiarity with the commission's business dealings in Black Marsh. It was a huge box of paperwork going back 40 years, when the commission had been given several million in gold by a wealthy trader, Lord Zekles Pedos Revina, to improve the condition of the road from Gideon to Cyrodiil. At that time, it took 3 weeks, a preposterously long time, for the rice and root he was importing to arrive, half rotten in the imperial province. Pinos Ravina was long dead, but many other investors over the decades, including Pelagius IV himself, had hired the commission to build roads, drain swamps, construct bridges, devise anti-smuggling systems, hire mercenaries, and, in no short, do everything that the greatest empire in history knew would work to aid trade with the Black Marsh. According to the latest figures, the results of this was that it took 2.5 months for goods, now thoroughly rotten, to arrive. Villain, you made it! I was just talking about you! Okay, so, right now, we're reading the Argonian account, because Argonian, and also it's one of Brian David Gilbert's favorites, and he has a video all about the different Skyrim books. I couldn't find the ones that you were talking about in my little PDF, so I'll have to do some research to find them, and we can do them some other time, or maybe if you know how to find them online somewhere, let me know. But it's good to see you. How are you? Welcome to the Skyrim book reading stream. It's a lovely time. I hope you're doing well. And actually, I just shouted out Celestial Cassie, but if I can, if Twitch will allow me to do another shout out, you guys should follow Villain, because Villain plays Skyrim with a bunch of different mods and plays as a Spriggan. Is that what the tree people are called? And also shoots people with a cheese gun, and it is fucking fantastic, and you should follow Villain. Go do it. Go do it. Let's see. Scotty found that when he looked up after concentrating on what he was reading, the landscape had always changed. Always dramatically. Always for the worse. "This is Blackwood, sir," said Malik to Scotty's unspoken question. It was dark and woodsy, so Decimus Scotty thought that it was a very appropriate name. The question he longed to ask, which in due course he did ask, was, "What's that terrible smell?" "Slough Point, sir," Malik replied, as they turned the next bend, where the umbrageous... Umbrageous? My wig? My wig is fine. It's just, I'm having sensory moments. Do you know what I mean? You love Spriggans, they're so cool. Villain has a mod so that she can play as a Spriggan. Isn't that great? I love a good treant. I do. It's like one of my favorite mythological creatures for sure, like by far. Let's see. So Slough Point. I know exactly what you mean about sensory moments. Tell me you're neurodivergent without telling me you're neurodivergent. I was just having a sensory moment. This is a very sensory experience. I have questions. I can feel my teeth clacking against my fangs when I'm reading. Can you hear it? I need to know. Be honest with me. Can you hear it? I know I have a little bit of a lisp. That we'll just deal with. But can you hear me clacking? Do you not hear the fangs and teeth? Thank you. Okay, if it's just me in my own head, great, we're good. Unless people like it and want to hear that, then... All right. Okay, anyway. Slough Point. Slough Point? Slough Point. Slough. Slew. Slew Point? What do we think? How do we feel about the pronunciation of this word? Is it gonna tell me? No, slough. You want the fang ASMR? My pants are twisted. Speaking of sensory things, oh my god, I totally get it. Is it slew? Okay, I'm gonna go with what Fun says. Ooh, Cassie, if you want a very amazing WoW hardcore player to watch, who specifically specializes in troll shaman, but also she just plays everything, go follow Fenaria. I'm just shouting everyone out in chat, but basically, I love you all, and you all should be following each other probably. Dude, I feel like a stereotype of a receptionist who's like click clack and typing, and I just don't even. Did I do it? Did I win? Boom. Not me taking notes right now. Do it. Thanks for the shout out. Sorry, I was doing a dungeon. No, tank your dungeon, please, by all means. A Spriggan. Also have a Spriggan outfit on ESO. Love that. I love that. That's great. Okay, Slew Point. Slew Point, sir, Malik replied as they turned the next bend, where the Umbragus... Okay, this is another... Okay, Umbragus? Umbragius? What is this one? Is this a dictionary situation? No definition found. Okay. Umbragius. Tunnel of tangled tree and vine open to a clearing. There squatted a cluster of formal buildings in the dreary imperial design favored by Lord Vanetch's commission and every emperor since Tiber, together with a stench so eye-blindingly, stomach-wrenchingly awful that Scotty wondered suddenly if there were deadly poison. The swarms of blood-colored, sand-grain-sized insects obscuring the air did not improve the view. Argonians are amazing in lore and hysterical. I'm excited. Oh! You know what? The guy that we're talking about, he's an Argonian, because it's the Argonian account. Spoilers, just kidding. It's different when you're the one reading it out loud. Do you know what I mean? It's different from over here. I know. I mean, I do know a little bit about the lore because of doing the book reading stream before, right? And like I'm playing the game for the first time. So there are parts of the lore that I've been paying attention to, but also I'm just like, where are we going? Who we fighting? What we doing? That's kind of how I play, you know? But yeah. Okay. So Scotty. So Demicus Scotty is an Argonian? Is that right? Sidetracked and missed the lore? Yes, me, all the time. Whether it's WoW or Skyrim or like anything, any kind of game that's like kind of like heavily lore based, like, yeah, same. Scotty and Malik batted at the buzzing clouds as they rode their horses toward the largest of the buildings, which on approach revealed itself to be perched at the edge of the thick black river. From its size and serious aspect, Scotty guessed it to be the census and the excise building for the wide white bridge that stretched across the burbling dark water to the reeds on the other side. It was a very nice, bright, sturdy-looking bridge, built, Scotty knew, by his commission. A poxy, irritable office official opened the door quickly on Scotty's first knock. Come in quickly. Don't let the flesh flies in." Flesh flies? Demicus Scotty trembled. You mean they eat human flesh? If you're fool enough to stand around and let them, the soldier said, rolling his eyes. He had half an ear, and Scotty, looking around at the other soldiers in the fort, noted that they were all well chewed. Yikes, dude. One of them had no nose to speak of. Now, what's your business? Scotty told them, and added that if they stood outside the fortress instead of inside, they might catch more smugglers. You better be more concerned with getting across that bridge, the soldier sneered. Tide's coming up, and if you don't get a move on, you won't get to Black March for 4 days. That was absurd. A bridge swamped by a rising tide on a river? Only the look in the soldier's eyes told Scotty he wasn't joking. Upon stepping out of the fort, he saw that the horses, evidently tired of being tortured by the flesh flies, had ripped free of their restraints and were bounding off into the woods. The oily water of the river was already lapping on the planks, oozing between the crevices. Scotty reflected that perhaps he would be more than willing to endure a wait of 4 days before going to Black Marsh, but Malik was already running across. Scotty followed him, wheezing. He was not in excellent shape, and never had been. The box of commissioned materials was heavy. Halfway across, he paused to catch his breath, and then discovered he could not move. His feet were stuck. The black mud that ran through the river was a thick, gluey paste, and having washed over the plank Scotty was on, it held his feet fast. Panic seized him. Scotty looked up from his trap and saw Malik leaping from plank to plank ahead of him, closing fast on the reeds on the other side. "Help!" cried Scotty. "I'm stuck!" Malik did not even turn around, but kept jumping. "I know, sir! You need to lose weight! Wow! Fuck that guy!" You know the story of them with the Oblivion Gates? No. No, I don't. I mean, maybe it's something that I've come across, but like, no. I do not. Kill him! Destroy him for his fat phobia! Decimus Scotty knew he was a few pounds over, and had meant to start eating less and exercising more. But embarking on a diet hardly seemed to promise timely aid in his current predicament. Exactly. No diet in Nern would have helped him just then. Exactly! However, on reflection, Scotty realized the Red Guard intended that he drop the box of documents, for Malik was no longer carrying any of the essential supplies he had with him previously. Oh, the random fat phobia out of nowhere. I know, it happens. It happened last time during the stream. Although, we're now seeing that it was, like, not necessarily what the guy actually meant. What he meant was, like, drop those documents, which is interesting. Yeah. But yeah, it happened on the last one, too. So it's a thing. It's a thing. It's, like, you know, not surprising, but disappointing. When the Oblivion Gates opened, every race freaked out and couldn't deal with the incoming Daedra. Argonians literally forced their way through the Oblivion Gates and reverse invaded to drive the Daedra out of Blackmarsh. Oh, see, I know nothing. I know nothing. I play an Argonian. His name is Danny Trejo. but I don't know anything. Let's see. With a sigh, Scotty threw the box of commission notes into the glop and felt the plank under him rise a quarter of an inch, just enough to free him from the mud's clutches. With an agility born of extreme fear, Scotty began leaping after Malik, dropping onto every third plank, springing up before the river gripped him. In 46 leaps, Decimus Scotty crashed through the reeds onto the solid ground behind Malik and found himself in Blackmarsh. He could hear behind him a slurping sound as the bridge and his container of important and official records of commission affairs was consumed by the rising flood of dark filth, never to be seen again. Wow, 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 wow. Danny Trejo is a pretty good Argonian. Dumps of lore if you ever want to know. I love it. Villain. This is the stream for you. This stream is meant for the Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls nerds, truly. Let's see. One of these days I'll play Oblivion. One of these days, I was gonna say Swoggle, who was here earlier, was talking about Oblivion and how much he likes it. So that's one that I've heard very good things about. I can't tell if the wig is actually slipping back or if it just feels like it is. Sensory things. Fucking up my hair just for fun. It's probably fine. I'm probably fine. This is probably fine. Book 2? Are we ready? Okay. Here we go. Oblivion is good. I enjoyed it. Definitely aged, so it's not for everyone, kind of like Morrowind. I was just gonna say, yeah, we were talking about Morrowind. I was like, I have Morrowind. The one time I tried to play it, as Swoggle said earlier, it's crunchy. It's one that, like, I think unless you have the nostalgia for it, it's probably pretty hard to go back and play. We're already on book 2 of the Argonian account. So it's the same, it's really, they say book 2, but it's probably more like chapter 2, you know? But we out here. It's happening, Cassie, we're doing this. Played it once before, not on PC, so I couldn't use mods. Yeah. Gotta wait for the Skywind, project for Morrowind. Okay, wait, what is that? How does that work? What's the Skywind project? I know nothing. Book 2. Let's go. Decimus Scotty emerged from the dirt and reeds, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. Looking back towards Cyrodiil, he saw the bridge disappear beneath the thick black river, and he knew he was not going to get back until the tide went down in a few days' time. The river also held its adhesive depths, his files on the Blackmarsh account. He would have to rely on his memory for his contacts in Gideon. Malik was purposefully striding through the reeds ahead. Flailing ineffectually at the flesh flies, Scotty hurried after him. "We're lucky, sir," said the Red Guard, which struck Scotty as an extraordinarily odd thing to say, until his eyes followed where the man's finger was pointing. "The caravan is here." 21 rusted, mud-spattered wagons with rotting wood and wobbly wheels sat half-sunk in the soft earth ahead. A crowd of Argonians! Hey! A crowd of Argonians! He said the thing! Okay. A crowd of Argonians, gray-scaled and gray-eyed, the sort of sullen manual laborers that were common in Cyrodiil, pulled at one of the wagons, which had been detached from the others. As Scotty and Malek came closer, they saw it was filled with cargo of blackberries so decayed that they had become hardly recognizable, more a festering jelly than a wagon load of fruit. Yes, they were going to the city of Gideon, and yes, they said Scotty could get a ride with them after they were finished unloading this shipment of lumberries. How long ago were they picked? Scotty asked, looking at the wagon's rotten produce. The harvest was in the last seed, of course, said the Argonian, who seemed to be in charge of the wagon. It was now sun's dusk, so they had been en route from the fields for a little over 2 months. Clearly, Scotty thought there were problems with transportation, but fixing that, after all, was what he was doing here as a representative of the Lord Vanetch's building commission. Time to take a trial. BRB, do it. Do your thing. Modder's putting Morrowind and Oblivion respectively into Skyrim engine. Oh, I know that you have told me about this fun. It's just like every time I forget that that's what it's called. One day it will happen. It took close to an hour of the berries rotting even more in the sun for the wagon to be pushed to the side, the wagons in front of it and behind it to be attached to one another, and one of the 8 horses from the front of the caravan to be brought around to the now independent wagon. The laborers moved with dispirited lethargy. And Scotty took the opportunity to inspect the rest of the caravan and talk to his fellow travelers. 4 of the wagons had benches in them, fit for uncomfortable riders. All the rest were filled with grain, meat, and vegetation in various stages of corruption. The travelers consisted of 6 Argonian laborers, 3 Imperial merchants so bug-bitten that their skin looked as scaly as the Argonians themselves, and 3 cloaked fellows who were evidently Dunmer, judging by the red eyes that gleamed in the shadows under their hoods. All were transporting their goods along the Imperial Commerce Road. "This is a road?" Scotty exclaimed, looking at the endless field of reeds that had reached up his chin or higher. "It's solid ground of sort," one of the hooded Dunmer shrugged. "The horses eat some of the reed, and sometimes we set fire to it, but it just grows right back up." Finally, the wagon master signaled that the caravan was ready to go, and Scotty took a seat in the 3rd wagon with the other Imperials. He looked around, but Malek was not on board. "I agreed to get you to the Black Marsh and take you back out," said the Red Guard, who had plumped down a rock in the sea of reeds and was munching on a hairy carrot. What a visceral sentence. I'll be here when you get back." Scotty frowned, not only because Malek had dropped the deferential title Sir while addressing him. Now he truly knew no one in Black Marsh. But the caravan slowly grinded and bumped forward, so there was little time to argue. A noxious wind blew across the Commerce Road, casting patterns in the endless, featureless expanse of reeds. In the distance, there seemed to be mountains, but they constantly shifted, and Scotty realized they were banks of mist and fog. Shadows flitted across the landscape, and when Scotty looked up, he saw they were being cast by giant birds with long, saw-like beaks, nearly the size of the rest of their bodies. Hackwings. Oh, I know what a hackwing is. Hackwings. Cherogemelus, an Imperial on, I think it's like Cairo. Cherogemelus. An Imperial on Scotty's left, who might have been young, but looked old and beaten, muttered, "Like everything else in this damnable place, they'll eat you if you don't keep moving. Beggars pounce down and give you a nasty chop, and then fly off and come back when you're mostly dead from blood loss." Scotty shivered. He hoped they'd be in Gideon before nightfall. It was then it occurred to him that the sun was on the wrong side of the caravan. "Excuse me, sir," Scotty called on the wagon master. "I thought you said we were going to Gideon." The wagon master nodded. "Why are we going north, then, when we should be going south?" There was no reply but a sigh.
Scotty confirmed with his fellow travelers that they were too going to Gideon, and none of them seemed very concerned about the circuitous route to getting there. The seats were hard on this middle-aged back and buttocks, but the bumping rhythm of the caravan and the hypnotic waving reeds gradually had effect on him, and Scotty drifted off to sleep. He awoke in the dark some hours later, not sure where he was. The caravan was no longer moving, and he was on the floor, under the bench, next to some small boxes. There were voices, speaking a hissing, clicking language that Scotty did not understand, and he peeked out between someone's legs to see what was happening. The moons barely pierced the thick mist surrounding the caravan, and Scotty did not have the best angle to see who was talking. For a moment, it looked like the gray wagon master was talking to himself, but the darkness had movement and moisture, in fact, glistening scales. It was hard to tell how many of these things there were, but they were big, black, and the more Scotty looked at them, the more details he could see. When one particular detail emerged, huge mouths filled with dripping needle-like fangs, Scotty slipped back under the bench. Their black little eyes had not fallen on him yet. The legs in front of Scotty moved, and then began to thrash as their owner was grabbed and pulled out of the wagon. Scotty crouched further back, getting behind the little boxes. He didn't know how much He didn't know much about concealment, but had some experience with shields. He knew that having something, anything in between you and bad things was always good. A few seconds after the legs had disappeared from sight, there was a horrible scream, and then a second, and a third. Different timbre, different accents, but the same inarticulate message. Terror and pain. Horrible pain. Scotty remembered a long-forgotten prayer to the god Stendar and whispered it to himself. Then there was silence. Ghastly silence that lasted only a few minutes, but which seemed like hours. Years. And then the carriage started rolling forward again. Scotty cautiously crawled out from under the carriage. Cairo Gellimus gave him a bemused grin. "There you are," he said. "I thought the Nagas took you." "Nagas?" "Nasty characters," Gemellus said, frowning. "Puff adders with legs and arms 7 feet tall, 8 when they're mad. Come from the inner swamp, and they don't like it much here. They don't like it here much. So they're particularly peevish. You're the kind of posh Imperial they're looking for." Scotty had never in his life thought of himself as posh. His mud and fleshy, bespeckled clothing seemed eminently middle class at best to him. "What would they want me for?" "To rob, of course," the Imperial smiled. "And to kill. You didn't notice what happened to the others?" The Imperial frowned, as if struck by a thought. "You didn't sample from those boxes down below, did you? Like the sugar, do you?" "Wait, what? Oh, they're talking about skooma?" "Wait, skooma's the alcohol. Or is skooma the cocaine one?" "We'll find out. It's drugs. Anyway." "Gods, no," Scotty grimaced. The Imperial nodded, relieved. "You just seem a little slow. First time to Black Marsh, I gather?" "Oh, hi-ho, hist, piss. Moon sugar makes skooma. There it is. I knew there were drugs." Moon sugar makes skooma. Got it. Thank you, Fun. Scotty was just about to ask Gemellus what that vulgar term meant when the rain began. It was an inferno of foul-smelling, yellow-brown rain that washed over the caravan, accompanied by the growl of thunder in the distance. Gemellus worked to pull the roof up over the wagon, glaring at Scotty until he helped with the laborious process. He shuddered, not only from the cold damp, but from contemplation of the disgusting precipitation pouring down on the already nasty produce in the uncovered wagon. "We'll be dry soon enough," Gemellus smiled, pointing out into the fog. Scotty had never been to Gideon, but he knew what to expect. A large settlement more or less laid out like an imperial city, with more or less imperial-style architecture, and all the imperial comforts and traditions more or less. The jumble of huts half sunk in the mud was decidedly less. "Where are we?" asked Scotty, bewildered. Hixionaug, replied Gemellus, pronouncing the queer name with confidence. You were right. We were going north when we should have been going south. Oh my god. I would be so upset. I would be so upset. Like, bruh. Okay, anyway. Book 3! Right? I would rage. I would just like... Ugh, God. Well, here we go. Especially because they ran into the Naga that, like, murdered a bunch of them. Like, Jesus. Oops. Yeah, exactly, fun. Oops, got a bunch of people eaten by Naga because I got lost. Oh, well. Whoopsie daisy. Jesus. Like, I fucking told you, but you didn't care. Exactly. Oh, gosh. All right, book 3. Decimus Scotti was supposed to be in Gideon, a thoroughly imperialized city in the southern Black Marsh, arranging business dealings to improve commerce in the province on behalf of Lord Venetia's building commission and its clients. Instead, he was in a half-submerged, rotten little village called Hixniaug, where he knew no one, except for a drug smuggler named Cairo Gemellus. Oh, right, because the drugs and the thing and the stuff, and he's a drug smuggler. Now we know. Now we get it. Firstly, why didn't he get eaten? That is a great question. That is a great question. Suspicious. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, did the boss man do this on purpose? These are very good points. Okay, let's see. Gemellus was not at all perturbed that the merchant caravan had gone north instead of south. Fucking sus, dude. He even let Scotti share his bucket of trod, tiny little crunchy fish he had bought from the villagers. Scotti would have preferred them cooked, or at any rate dead, but Gemellus blithely explained that dead, cooked trod are deadly poison. What? What kind of what? Okay, whatever. If I were where it's supposed to be, Scotti pouted, putting one of the wriggling little creatures in his mouth. I could be having roast, some cheese, glass of wine. This is giving me major Bilbo energy, and I'm here for it. I'm always here for Bilbo energy. I'm always here for just, please let me be home eating snacks energy. Like, let me just be in the comfort of my home eating good snacks. I'm here for it. I sell moon sugar in the north and buy it in the south, he shrugged. You have to be more flexible, my friend. What the fuck? My only business is in Gideon, Scotti frowned. Well, you have a couple choices, replied the smuggler. You could just stay here. Most villages in Argonia don't stay put for very long, and there's a good chance Hixennoag will drift right down to the gates of Gideon. Might take you a month or two. Probably the easiest way. That would put me far behind schedule. Next option, you could join up with the caravan again, said Gemellus. They might be going in the right direction this time, and they might not get stuck in the mud. But they might not all be murdered by Naga highwaymen. Not tempting, Scotti frowned. Any other ideas? Ride the routes. The Underground Express, Gemellus grinned. Follow me. Scotti followed Gemellus out of the village and into a copse? A copse? A copse? A lot of trees. Wait, hold on. Wait. Copse. A small group of trees. I never knew this word. Synonym. Thicket, grove, wood, coppice. Coppice? Coppice. It's a copse. I always say copse. Is that right? Okay. A copse of trees. A copse of trees. Shrouded by veils of wispy moss. The smuggler kept his eye on the ground, poking at the viscous mud intermittently. Finally, he found a spot which triggered a mass of big oily bubbles to rise up to the surface. Perfect, he said. Now, the important thing is to not panic. The express will take you due south. That's the wintertide migration. And you'll know you're near Gideon when you see a lot of red clay. Just don't panic, and when you see a mass of bubbles, that's a breathing hole you can use to get out. What? We traveling by mud tunnel? Is that what's happening right now? Only know it from Watership Down. That makes sense. ACAB, except these types of copses. Yeah, this is a little bit different, but ACAB. ACAB all day, baby. Let's see. Yeah, these breathing holes. What is happening? Scotty looked at Gemlis blankly. The man was talking perfect gibberish. What? Gemlis took Scotty by the shoulder, positioning him on top of the mass of bubbles. You stand right here. This is wild, dude. Scotty sank quickly into the mud, staring at the smuggler horror-struck. And remember to wait till you see the red clay, and then next time you see bubbles, push up. Fucking wild. The more Scotty wriggled to get free, the faster he sunk. The mud enveloped Scotty to his neck, and he continued staring, unable to articulate anything but a noise like oog. And don't panic at the idea that you're being digested. You could just live in a rootworm's belly for months. What? Scotty took one last panic gasp of air and closed his eyes before he disappeared into the mud. The clerk felt a warmth he hadn't expected all around him. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was entirely surrounded by a translucent goo and was traveling rapidly forward, southward, gliding through the mud as if it were air, skipping along an intricate network of roots. Scotty felt confusion and euphoria in equal measures, madly rushing forward through an alien environment of darkness, spinning around and over the thick, fibrous tentacles of the trees. It was as if he were high in the sky at midnight, not deep beneath the swamp in the Underground Express. Looking up slightly at the massive root structure above, Scotty saw something wriggle past. An 8-foot-long, armless, legless, colorless, boneless, eyeless, nearly shapeless creature, riding the roots. Something dark was inside of it, and as it came closer, Scotty could see it was an Argonian man. He waved, and the disgusting creature the Argonian was in, flattened slightly, and rushed onward. Gemlis' words began to reappear in Scotty's mind at this sight. The wintertide migration. Airhole. You're being digested. These were the phrases that danced around as if trying to find some place to live in a brain that was highly resistant to them coming in. But there was no other way to look at the situation. Scotty had gone from eating a living fish to being eaten alive as a way of transport. He was in one of those worms. Scotty made an executive decision to faint. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's really good. Oh man. Let's see. Haven't watched it, but I've read lots of fantasy and like Jane Austen. Okay, that makes sense. Probably Jane Austen too. Heard the movie is terrifying, but I love the book. Yeah, Watership Down is one I'm like familiar with, but I've never actually read it. And I didn't know that there was a movie. Makes sense. Argonian sacrifice. We're being digested by a worm, and we're traveling while being digested. Yeah, executive decision to faint. Probably smart, honestly. Let's see. He awoke in stages, having a beautiful dream of being held in a woman's warm embrace. Smiling and opening his eyes, the reality of where he really was rushed over him. The creature was still rushing madly, blindly forward, gliding over roots, but it was no longer like a flight through the night sky. Now it was like a sky at sunrise, in pinks and reds. Scotty remembered Gemlis telling him to look for the red clay, and he would be near Gideon. The next thing he had to find was the bubbles. There were no bubbles anywhere. Though inside of the worm was still warm and comfortable, Scotty felt the weight of the earth all around him. Just don't panic, Gemlis had said. But it was one thing to hear that advice, and quite another to take it. He began to squirm, and the creature began to move faster at the increased pressure from within. Suddenly, Scotty saw it ahead of him. A slim spire of bubbles rising up through the mud from some underground stream, straight up through the roots to the surface above him. The moment the rootworm went through it, Scotty pushed with all of his might upward, bursting through the creature's thin skin. The bubbles pushed Scotty up quickly, and before he could blink, he was popping out of the red slushy mud. That is a wild way to travel. I don't even know. Two gray Argonians were standing under a tree nearby, holding a net. They looked in Scotty's direction with polite curiosity. In their net, Scotty noticed were several squirming, furry, rat-like creatures. While he addressed them, another fell out of the tree. Though Scotty had not been educated in this practice, he recognized fishing when he saw it. Oh, we fishing? This is fishing now? This is Ziaminator, this is fishing now. I'm here for all of this. Yay! Thank you all for being here. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to have book enthusiasts and Skyrim enthusiasts and just to have friends in chat. It was a rough Friday in a weird way. And so this is making my night. This is making my day. Ziaminator, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. I'm the lusty Argonian maid, unless that's trademarked. In which case, I'm not. I'm the lascivious lizard cleaning lady. How are you? Happy Friday. Oh man. Wonderful. How are you? I'm good. I'm having fun. This story is wild. This story is happening. Did you like that fun? I should put that in the stream title. Hello, I'm the lascivious lizard cleaning lady. How's it going? We're reading the Argonian account is what we're reading right now, and he just traveled by worm. So the worm digested him, or was starting to digest him, and then he broke out of the worm's skin. I'm not exactly sure, but it worked. It happened. It happened, and we're here, and we're doing this, you know. All right. Anyway, they're fishing for rats. Excuse me, lads, Scotty said jovially. I was wondering if you'd point me in the direction of Gideon. The Argonians introduced themselves as Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves, and looked at one another, puzzling over the question. Who do you seek? Asked Furl of Fresh Leaves. I believe his name is, said Scotty, trying to remember the contents of his long-gone file of Black Marsh contents in Gideon. Arcane right foot rock? Drawing Flame nodded. For 5 gold, show you the way. Just east is Plantation east of Gideon. Very nice. Scotty thought that was the best business he had heard of in 2 days, and handed Drawing Flames the 5 septims. The Argonians led Scotty onto a muddy ribbon of road that passed through the reeds, and soon revealed the bright blue expanse of Topal Bay, far to the west. Scotty looked around at the magnificent walled estates, where bright crimson blossoms sprang forth from the very dirt of the walls, and surprised himself by thinking, this is very pretty. The road ran parallel to a fast-moving stream, running eastward from Topal Bay. It was called the Uncobra River, he was told. It ran deep into Black Marsh, to the very dark heart of the province. Peeking past the gates to the plantations east of Gideon, Scotty saw that few of the fields were tended. Most had rotten crops from the harvests past, still clinging to wilted vines, orchards of desolate, leafless trees. The Argonian serfs who worked the fields were thin, weak, near death, more like haunting spirits than creatures of life and reason. 2 hours later, as the three continued to their trudge east, the estates were still impressive, at least from a distance. The road was still solid, if weedy, but Scotty was irritated, horrified by the field workers and the agricultural state, and no longer charitable towards the area. How much further? Frill of Fresh Leaves and Drawing Flame looked at one another, as if that question was something that hadn't occurred to them. Arcane is east? Frill of Fresh Leaves pondered. Near or far? Drawing Flame shrugged noncommittedly and said to Scotty, for 5 gold, show you the way. Just east is Plantation. Very nice. Oh no. Oh no, poor Scotty. You don't have any idea, do you? Scotty cried. Why couldn't you tell me that in the first place when might have asked someone else? Around the bend up ahead, there was the sound of hoofbeats, a horse coming closer. Scotty began to walk towards the sound to hail the rider, and didn't see Drawing Flame's taloned claws flash out and cast the spell at him. Gasp! He felt it, though. A kiss of ice along his spine. The muscles along his arms and legs suddenly immobilized, as if wrapped in rigid steel. He was paralyzed. The great curse of paralysis, as the reader may be unfortunate enough to know, is that you continue to see and think, even though your body does not respond. Oh man, the worst. The thought that went through Scotty's mind was, damn. Damn. Damn, Daniel. For the fish bit. For drawing flame and furl of fresh leaves were, of course, like most simple day laborers in Blackmarsh, accomplished illusionists, and no friend of the Imperial. That makes sense. The Argonian shoved Demicus Scotti to the side of the road, just as the horse and rider came around the corner. He was an impressive figure, a nobleman in flashing dark green cloak, the exact same color as his scaled skin, and a frilled hood that was part of his flesh sat upon his head like a horned crown. "Greetings, brothers," the rider said to the two. "Greetings, arcane right-foot rock," they responded, and then Furl of Fresh Leaves added, What is my lord's business on this fine day?" No rest, the Arcane... Archean? It's fine. Archean sighed regally. "One of my she-workers gave birth to twins. Twins! Fortunately, there's a good trader in town for those, and she didn't put up too much of a fuss. Yikes, dude. And then there's a fool of an Imperial from Lord Venetch's building commission I'm supposed to meet with in Gideon. I'm sure he'll want the grand tour before he opens up the treasury for me. Such a lot of fuss." Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves sympathized, and then, as Archie and Rightfoot Rock rode off, they went to look for their hostage. Unfortunately for them, gravity being the same in Blackmarsh as elsewhere in Tamriel, their hostage, Demicus Scotti, had continued to roll down from where they left him, and was, at that moment, in the Uncobra River, drowning. No! Scotty! Scotty's having a rough day, you guys. Brant, thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you. Have a wonderful, wonderful time in Florida, okay? All right, book 4. Will Scotty ever get to where he needs to go, huh? Will Scotty ever catch a break? I sure hope so. I feel bad for him. All right. Book 4. Decimus Scotti was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. He couldn't move his arms or his legs to swim because of the paralysis spell the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him. And he wasn't quite sinking. The Uncobra River was crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease. So Scotty tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in Blackmarsh. He wasn't too panicked about it all when he felt his lungs fill with water and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Decimus Scotti felt peace, blessed darkness, and then pain came to him, and he felt himself coughing, spewing up water from his belly and his lungs. A voice said, "Oh, bother, he's alive, ain't he now?" Scotty wasn't quite sure if it were true, even when he opened his eyes and looked at the face above him. It was an Argonian, but unlike any he had seen anywhere. The face was thin and long like a thick lance, and the scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. "I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now?" the creature smiled, and Scotty could tell from his teeth that it was no idle suggestion. "Starknuckle!" I'm gonna tell my kids this was Little Mermaid. All right. I forgot until the other day that Melissa McCarthy is gonna be Ursula in the new one, and part of me is excited, and part of me is like, why didn't you get like Latrice Royale or like Lizzo or like, I don't know. There's other people that would have been good choices, even though I love Melissa McCarthy. Really, my first thing is like, you know, we need a divine-esque character. We need a drag queen is what we need. But anyway, Starknuckle, top of the Skyrim reading stream to ya. It's good to see you. What are you up to? Guys, Starknuckle is my little brother, and you should go follow him because he's great. And also, he and I are going to go computer shopping tomorrow, and I'm so excited. It's going to be wonderful. And I'm going to have a new computer, and it's going to be so nice, and I'm going to stream all the streams and do all the things. Oh man, typing with these nails. Boy, oh boy, were these nails a choice, huh? Boy, oh boy. Oh my god. Cassie. Cassie. Cassie! Cassie! Cassie, that's very sweet of you. That's very nice of you. Cassie, normally I'm trying to extort men with these kinds of streams. I don't want your money. I just want your friendship. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I mean it. trying to trick the horny boys into giving me money. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. I would like some lusty Argonian maid time. You got it. You got it. Okay, so here's what we're going to remember. We're going to go ahead. We'll just, like, start back. Villain. Thank you for the 100 bits. You guys. You guys. You're very sweet. This is why I love you so much. I love you, too. Tonight, I'm living out my horny boy dreams. Okay. I'm gonna honor that. Capitalism has no gender. Villain, welcome back. You are back just in time for our first reading of the Lusty Argonian Maid tonight. Who knows if there will be more, but we will do. Sable, you want to get timed out? Sable, hi! Sable. Clearly. You're timed out. Boop. Gotta time you out. Can't give me 5 bits without getting timed out. It's the way it works. Now you've got a mark on your permanent record. I almost banned you, Sable. That would have broken my heart. Sable, you're timed out. Sorry, Sable just went to horny jail, everyone. Bye. Aw, Sable, you just got here. Thank you for the bits. Sable, I love you. I hope you know. Sable's such a sweetheart. Please understand. Sable is just being digested by a mudworm and we'll be back. Exactly. I was thinking about it. It's so funny because I was wondering if my mods, if mods decided to do that, what happens when you when you time out a mod is that you then have to remod them, which is really funny. Rastalor, hello. How's it going? It's the equivalent of CBC's No Sub Sundays. Exactly. I figured, I was like, if people want a little bit of a like Dom moment, it would just be funny. And I wasn't sure if anyone would take the bait. So thank you, Sable. Thanks for the bits. Okay. Are we prepared? Yeah, the no-bit book reading. Exactly. If you give me 500 bits or $5, I'll time you out. Maybe that's what you want. I love gifted sub and the people that provide them. The glue that keeps this community together. It is very sweet. And Rastalor, Celestial Cassie is great. And they're going to start playing hardcore, so you should follow them. All right. Lusty Argonian Maid time, anyone? Are you prepared? Now, there are 2 books of the Lusty Argonian Maid. We will read the first one, okay? And that way it leaves a little bit of room for the other one, just in case someone else decides to live out their horny lizard dreams, you know? Rastalor, I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Welcome to the Skyrim book reading stream. It's very exciting. I shouldn't tell you. About to get Lusty Argonian slayed. Okay, here we go. Verse 1. Here it is. The Lusty Argonian Maid by Crassius Curio. The Lusty Argonian Maid, Volume 1. By Crassius Curio. Act 4, Scene 3. Continued. Lifts her tail. Certainly not, kind sir. I'm here but to clean your chambers. Crantius Colto. Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers? Lifts her tail. I have no idea what you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid. Crantius Colto. So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and a shapely tail. Lifts her tail. You embarrass me, sir. Crantius Colto. Fear not, you are safe here with me. Lifts her tail. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Crantius Colto. Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here. Polish my spear. Lifts her tail. But it is huge. It could take me all night. Oh, I'm losing my fangs. I'm losing my fangs. I'm losing my fangs. Don't worry. Everything is normal and this is fine. Typical average stream, to be honest. Crantius Colto. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. End of Act 4, Scene 3. There it is. The lusty Argonian maid. Maybe. We'll read verse 2. Maybe later. Cassie, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's so fucking sweet of you. And Villain, thank you for the 100 bits. And Sable, whenever you're not timed out anymore, thank you for the bits. Want to see that scene on stage? I'm sure you would. And thank you all for the hype train. Jesus. Level 3 hype train. Very lusty. Very lusty indeed. Let's see. I'm having a great Saturday, US Friday. Had an amazing peri-peri chicken sandwich for lunch. Nice. All right, we did it. Of course, lifts her tail. What kind of spear takes all night to clean? A huge one. You know what I mean? Cassie, thank you again. I hope that was worth your 10 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Ip. Arconian account. Let's go. So worth it. Never actually read it. I have now read it far more times than I ever thought I would. Because I think Cassie, the last time I did this, we read it so many times that Fenaria wrote her own Lusty Argonian Maid fanfic for me to read. That's, and I almost thought, and if we do this again, I almost thought about, like, I wanted to make a Lusty Argonian Maid Mad Lib, because it would be so good, because it's just like insert sexual innuendo here, right? But I did not have time. So maybe next time we'll make that happen. I know, Fun is setting the bar high. It's pretty good. Fun did a good job. Fun just dipping with the Gandalf, just bye. Insert sexual innuendo where? Well, I would have to make a Mad Lib for us to find out, you know? It would be like, you know, give me a noun that's a body part. Give me a verb. Give me an action verb. Give me a slutty adjective. Veers Docky, hi! Veers, you just missed it. We did our first reading of Lusty Argonian Maid so far tonight, and it was It was a crowd pleaser. Dude, Mad Libs next time. Yo, Podge, hello! How are you, viewers? It's good to see you. Everyone, welcome. Welcome to the Skyrim book reading stream. I'm your host, the Kroger brand version of the lusty Argonian maid. Cassie, thank you again. That was very, very sweet and very, very generous, and I very much appreciate it. Okay. Oh, hi, Daedra. Oh, hey, Daedra. I'm Argonian, but I could be a Daedra. Now, I know what you're thinking. Argonians don't have wigs. Well, Argonians aren't real. I don't know where that sass came from. I need to roll it back. You're at least up and up from Target. Oh my God, thank you. I love that their knockoff brand is Up and Up. That's hilarious. That marketing team really did it. They really did it, huh? Odd question. What color is your hair? Not an odd question. It's green, but it's definitely in the like blue realm of green. So yeah, scene color's off maybe, but it is. I don't know. My lighting is kind of off too, man. It's like a murky. It's like a bluish green. But you know what? Daedra works too. Honestly, I'm good with that. See, all black. Okay, no, your screen is off. Unless you're green colorblind, in which case that might make sense. Yeah, do your thing. You're good. This piece of hair, get out of here. This wig, you guys, I really love it. This one, it was like $20 or $30, and it's maybe the nicest wig I own. It's like, it's just like, it's so shiny and pretty, and I put it in a little side ponytail, but like all down. It's like, it's just like, I really like this wig. I'm very excited about it. Now you see green. Hey, there it is. There it is. Looks amazing. You look amazing. Love that. Thank you. Can you guys even tell? You can tell when I'm reading because I have a lisp. Ooh, and then my favorite part, the piece de resistance. Check them eyelids out, baby. So cool, right? Pinterest. Good old Pinterest coming in with the Pinterest gave me a lot of the inspiration for the makeup, honestly. Fun, right? Isn't that cool? I'm a lizard. 30 out of 10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Didn't even see me blink. You didn't even see? I'm like, here's one. It's cool, right? I am proud of the makeup. Like I said, the hardest thing still is covering brows, man. One day I want to be flawless at covering brows, but it is not easy. Drag queens make it look easy, and they are magicians who need to be respected. I love everything about this makeup outfit things. Thank you! Oh, yay! I'm so glad. Yay, yay, yay. Good. I was looking forward to it all week, honestly. And because I was taking all of next week off for spring break anyway, but like I specifically took today off because I knew I would be spending 4 hours doing this. So I've been like really excited for this all week. So thank you all for being here. Happy Friday. All right, let's get back to it. We got to get to book 4. I wonder if the contents will tell me where book 4 is in our Argonian account. If not, I'll just scroll through and find it. Oh, also, side note, if anyone wants this YouTube playlist, it's just 10 hours of Skyrim noises. And it's actually like really peaceful and really lovely. Hello? Google Books? Hello? Google Playlist they don't want to do it. Encoding overloaded. Nothing is like open right now. That's what's so sad. Well, like, okay, that's not true. Why is Steam open? Let me see if I can close some stuff. I guess BattleNet is technically open too. Okay, let me exit all the things. Alright, let's try this again. Hello? They don't want to give me the contents. So might just have to move on. It's very rude of the website to not do anything. It's fine. Okay, where am I? What? How did we end up here?
Alright, hold on. This is book 4. We found it. I don't know how that worked. You broke it with the lusty and sinful Argonian maid. Clearly it was too much for my computer to handle. Twitch cracking down on it. They're like, it's not technically against SOS. SOS? It's technically not against TOS, but should probably shut it down. Shut it down. It's too much. Okay, this coaster my dear friend Raven made for me. It's beautiful, but it's also very gross right now because the bottom of my cup keeps sticking to it, and I wanted you all to know. Oh, random side note for the folks who have been here for previous Skyrim book readings. It's fun. Okay, so these feathers, because I don't actually have a feather duster, but I was like, what kind of Argonian maid doesn't have a feather duster? These feathers were from the headdress that I wore in the first one. So if you just a little side note, these are those feathers. Isn't that great? Guys, I'm a hero of cosplay. And by that, what I mean is I hold on to random bullshit, and it works out sometimes when I need weird costumes. You know? You know what I mean? A bad maid. A frugal maid. Okay, I need to be stopped. Okay. Perfect. We love a thrifty cosplay. We do. I'm a big fan. I will say, I bought the wig. I bought these little horns. I bought these nails. I bought this dress, but that was unrelated. It was not actually for this, and then it just kind of worked out. And then I bought this little, like, corset belt situation, because I was like, well, that, you know, I can use that for Ren Fair. So that's dual purpose right there. You know? It'll be priceless. People will be selling it on eBay one day. All right. Back to our Argonian account. Argonian account, book 4. The Argonian account, book 4. By Walken Yarth. Yo, Walken Yarth, as an author, I gotta agree with Brian David Gilbert. Kind of slaps. Kind of writes great fiction, you guys. Okay. Demicus Scotti was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. He couldn't move his arms or his legs to swim because of the paralysis spell that the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him. But he wasn't quite sinking. The Oncobra River was a crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease, so Scotti tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in the Black Marsh. He wasn't too panicked about it when he wasn't too panicked about it all when he felt his lungs fill with water and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Decamus Scotti felt peace, blessed darkness. And then pain came to him, when he felt himself coughing, spewing up water from his belly and his lungs. A voice said, "Oh, bother, he's alive, ain't he now?" Scotti wasn't quite sure if that were true, even when he opened his eyes and looked at the face above him. It was an Argonian, but unlike any he'd seen anywhere. The face was thin and long like thick lance. The scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. "I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now?" the creature smiled, and Scotti could tell from its teeth that it was no idle suggestion. "Thank you," said Scotti weakly. He craned his head slightly to find out who the "we" were, and discovered that he was on the muddy bank of the still, sludgy river, surrounded by a group of Argonians with similarly needle-like faces and a whole rainbow of scales. Bright greens and gem-like purples, blues and oranges. See, I went with green because I was like, that's like typical lizard. But like, really, I feel like the oranges and like the more like, I don't know, brown tawny kind of color is more common, at least in the game, you know? Let's see. Can you tell me, am I near, well, anywhere? The ruby-colored Argonian laughed. "No, you're in the middle of everywhere, and near nowhere." "Oh," said Scotti, who grasped the idea that space did not mean much in the Black Marsh. "And what are you?" "We're Agathefs," the ruby-colored Argonian replied. "My name is Nomu." Scotti introduced himself.
I'm a senior clerk in the Lord Vanitch's building commission to the Imperial City. My job was to come here to try to fix the problems with commerce, but I've lost my agenda and haven't met with any of my contacts. The arcanes of Gideon, pompous, assimilated slaver kleptocrats, a small lemon-colored Agasef murmured with some feeling. And now I just want to go home. Nomu smiled, his long mouth arching up like a host happy to see an unwanted guest leave a party. Shez will guide you. Shez, it seemed, was the bitter little yellow creature, and he was not at all pleased with the assignment. With surprising strength, he hoisted Scotty up, and for a moment, the clerk was reminded of Gemelus, dropping him into the bubbling muck that led to the Underground Express. Instead, Shez shoved Scotty toward a tiny little raft, razor thin, that bobbed on the surface of the water. This is how you travel? We don't have the broken wagons and dying horses of our brothers on the outside, Shez replied, rolling his tiny eyes. We don't know better. The Argonian sat at the back of the craft and used his whip-like tail to propel and navigate the craft. Cool! They traveled quickly around swirling pools of slime that stank of centuries of putrefaction? Okay. Past pinnacled mountains that seemed sturdy but suddenly fell apart at the slightest ripple in the still water, under bridges that might have once been metal but were now purely rust. Everything in Tamriel flows down to Blackmarsh, Shez said. As they slid through the water, Shez explained to Scotty that the Agasefs were one of the many Argonian tribes that lived in the interior of the province, near the Hist, finding little in the outside world worth seeing. He was fortunate to have been found by them. The Nagas, the toad-like Patru, and the winged Sarpa would have killed him on spot. There were other creatures too to be avoided. Though there were very few natural predators in the inner Blackmarsh, the scavengers that rooted in the garbage seldom shied away from a living meal. Hackwings circled overhead, like the ones Scotty had seen in the west. Shez fell silent and stopped the raft completely, waiting for something. Scotty looked in the direction of Shez was watching, and saw nothing unusual in the filthy water. Then he realized the pool of green slime in front of them was actually moving, and fairly quickly, from one bank to the other. It deposited small bones behind it as it oozed up into the reeds and disappeared. Voroplasm, Shez explained, moving the boat forward again. Big world. It'll strip you to the bone by the second syllable. Scotty, desirous to distract himself from the sights and smells that surrounded him, thought it a good time to compliment his pilot on his excellent vocabulary. It was particularly impressive, given how far from civilization they were. Oh no. The Argonians in the east did, in fact, speak so well. They tried to erect a temple of Mara near here, in Umfolo, 20 years ago, Shez explained, and Scotty nodded, remembering reading about it in the files before they were lost. They all perished quite dreadfully of swamp rot in the first month, but they left behind some excellent books. Scotty was going to inquire further when he saw something so huge, so horrifying it made him stop, frozen. Half submerged in the water ahead was a mountain of spines, lying on 9-foot-long claws. White eyes stared blindly forward, and then suddenly the whole creature spasmed and lurched, the jaw of its mouth jutting out, exposing tusks clotted with gore. Swamp Leviathan, Shez whistled, impressed. Very, very dangerous. Scotty gasped, wondering why the Agasef was so calm, and more, why he was continuing to steer the raft forward toward the beast. Of all the creatures in the world, the rats are sometimes the worst, said Shez, and Scotty noticed that the huge creature was only a husk. Its movement was from the hundreds of rats that had burrowed into it. Gross! Rapidly eating their way from the inside out, bursting from the skin in spots. They are indeed, Scotty said, and his mind went to the Black Marsh files, buried deep in the mud and the 4 decades of Imperial work in the Black Marsh. The two continued westward through the heart of the Black Marsh. Moment, please. It's very, very thirsty work. At some point, I need to go grab my water bottle because I totally forgot to grab it. Shez showed Scotty the vast, complicated ruins of the Kothringi capitals, fields of ferns and flowered grasses, quiet streams under canopies of blue moss, and the most astonishing sight of Scotty's life, the great forest of full-grown his trees. They never saw a living soul until they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Commerce Road, just east of Slough Point, where Malik, Scotty's Redguard guide, was waiting patiently. I was going to give you 2 more minutes, the Redguard scowled, dropping the last of his food onto the pile at his feet. No more, sir. The sun was shining bright when Decimus Scotty rode into the Imperial City. As it caught the morning dew, it lent a glisten to every building as if they had been newly polished for his arrival. It astonished him how clean the city was, and how few beggars there were. The protracted edifice of Lord Vanetch's building commission was the same as it has always been, but still the very sight of it seemed exotic and strange. It was not covered in mud. The people within actually generally worked. Lord Vanetch himself, though singularly squat and squinty, seemed immaculate, not only relatively clean of dirt and scabs, but also relatively uncorrupt. Scotty couldn't help but stare at him when he first caught sight of his boss. Vanetch started right back. You are a sight, the little fellow frowned. Did your horse drag you to Black March and back? I would say go home and fix yourself, but there are a dozen people here to see you. I hope you have solutions for them. It was no exaggeration. Nearly 20 of Cyrodiil's most powerful and wealthiest people were waiting for him. Scotty was given an office even larger than Lord Vanetch's, and he met with each. First among the commission's clients were 5 independent traders, blustering and loaded with gold, demanding to know what Scotty intended to do about improving the trade routes. Scotty summarized for them the conditions of the main roads, the state of the merchants' caravans, the sunken bridges, and all of the other impediments between the frontier and the marketplace. They told him to have everything replaced and repaired, and gave him the gold necessary to do it. Within 3 months, the bridge at Slough Point had disappeared into the muck, the great caravan had collapsed into decrepitude, and the main road from Gideon had been utterly swallowed up by swamp water. The Argonians began once again to use the old ways, their personal rafts and sometimes the Underground Express to transport the grain in small quantities. It took a third of the time, 2 weeks, to arrive in Cyrodiil. None of it rotted. The Archbishop of Mara was the next client Scotty met with. A kind-hearted man, horrified by the tales of Argonian mothers selling their children into slavery, he pointedly asked Scotty if it were true. Sadly, yes, Scotty replied, and the Archbishop showered him with septums, telling the clerk that food must be brought to the province to ease their suffering, and the schools must be improved so they could learn to help themselves. Within 5 months, the last book had been stolen from the deserted Maran monastery in Umfolo. As the Archaeans went bankrupt, their slaves returned to their parents' tiny farms. The backwater Argonians found that they could grow enough to feed their families, provided they had enough hard workers in their enclave, and the buyer's market for slaves sharply declined. Ambassador concerned about the rising crime in northern Blackmarsh, brought with him the contributions of many other expatriate Argonians like himself. They wanted more imperial guards on the border at the border of Slough Point, more magically lit lanterns posted along the main roads at regular intervals, more patrol stations, and more schools built to allow young Argonians to better themselves and not turn to crime. Within 6 months, there were no more Nagas roaming the roads, as there were no more merchants traveling them to rob. The thugs returned to the fetid inner swamp, where they felt much happier, their constitutions enriched by the rot and pestilence they loved. Slix and his constituency were so pleased by the crime rate dropping, they brought even more gold to Decimus Scotty, telling him to keep up the good work. Blackmarsh simply was, is, and always shall be unable to sustain a large-scale cash crop plantation economy. The Argonians and anyone else, the whole of Tamriel, could live in Blackmarsh on subsistence farming, just raising what they needed. That was not sad, Scotty thought. That was hopeful. Scotty's solution to each of their dilemmas had been the same. 10% of the gold they gave him went to Lord Vanetch's building commission. The rest, Scotty kept for himself. Scotty! And did exactly nothing about the requests! Excuse me, sir? What? Within a year, Decimus Scotty had embezzled enough to retire very comfortably, and the Black Marsh was better off than it had been in 40 years. Well, okay, I guess. What? That's the end? Okay, so... What did we learn? What have we learned here? What just happened? Fun? What just happened? I mean, I guess basically the people that live there know what's best and know how to take care of themselves, I guess. So he just like took the money and everything was fine? All right, well, the Argonian account. Now we know. Celestial Cassie, now we know. I think we all learned a lot today. Does that mean... Okay, wait, Villain, are you here? I know Villain is in the middle of tanking dungeons, so I don't want to bug her, but I know she knows stuff. Stop trying to make Black Marsh work like everywhere else. Thank you, .gif. Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally. Because, like, it makes sense. Like, having roads that are, like, sinking in the mud, like, that's not going to work, because that's just, like, not the environment, right? And so, like, yeah, it makes sense. It does, yes, it makes sense. It's just a funny... Seemed like a very, like, odd, abrupt ending, but it makes sense. It is. It's good. It's good. I liked it. I liked the part about the weird worms and traveling by worm. That's a fun, weird fantasy thing, right? Traveling by worm? Who doesn't love it? Whole new meaning to wormhole. I didn't like that as soon as I said it out loud. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I'll be honest with you. Not a fan. But I think, you know, it was fun to read. I learned about the Black Marsh. Alright, so the next one probably that we're going to do is Feyfolken. Although, I want to double check and see if I can find one of the other ones that Villain had recommended. But if not, Feyfolken it is. And then fun, Cassie, anyone else who's out there, if you're a Skyrim head and there's particular ones that you're like, ooh, this would be a fun one to read, let me know, and I would be happy to read whatever you recommend. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Myths of Shiago Wrath I cannot find. 13 Blessings of Shiago Wrath? Both belong in a series referred to as 16 Accords of Madness. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Zenith, hi! Let's see. Can't stay because I just got off a plane after 12 hours of pure hell. Yes. No, go take care of yourself. Your makeup is great. Thank you! I'm very proud of it. It took forever, and it was a struggle, but I'm very proud of it. I think it turned out really well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, go take care of yourself. Please, 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 go do it. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Not sure? Could listen to you read a grocery list? Oh, come on! Read your inventory of cheese wheels? Ooh, okay. So, I'm working on, in my game, collecting all of the books in Skyrim, but I've also heard that people do a challenge of collecting all of the different cheeses. I might do it. I haven't started yet, but I do love me some mid-battle cheese. That's one of my favorite... That's one of my favorite strategies. It works really well. Cheese wheel number 1. Cheese wheel number 2. Cheese wheel 1, number 2. Cheese wheel 1, number 3. Zenith knows. Okay, what did I just read? Hold on, wait. 16 something somethings. 16 somethings. Because maybe that's why I couldn't find it, because it's actually all in the 16 Accords. Okay, let's see. 16 accords. 16 accords? So you can woo your eventual wife with all of my cheese wheels. I do need to do that. I need to woo a wife. I need to woo a wife. Claire, I didn't even, where'd you come from, Claire? Claire, it's good to see you. Happy Friday. How are you? Like, where'd you come from? 16 accords. Is it with a 1/6? Is that why? Ah, okay. So, we could read the 16 Accords of Madness. This was Villain's recommendation. I think we should. I think we should follow our hearts and read Villain's recommendation, because Villain was talking about how much she enjoys the Daedric stuff, and so this gets more into the Daedric kind of lore, which is fun. Yeah? You snuck in the back. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you. Welcome. Welcome to the Skyrim book reading stream. We just finished the Argonian account. We have done one reading of the Lessie Argonian Maid so far. It has been a very eventful evening. It's been very good. It's very fun. I'm very happy. Okay. 16 Accords of Madness. This is for Villain. I dedicate this to Villain. And again, if you're not following Villain, she plays Skyrim with all the mods. I'm currently playing modless. One day I will play with mods, but currently it just, like, since it's my first playthrough, I thought it would be better to play with no mods and see how it is, right? But Villain, excuse me while I adjust my fangs here. Villain plays with a cheese gun mod, so she just, like, shoots cheese wheels at people, and also plays as a Spriggan, and is just a lovely, wonderful human being, so you should go follow her. All right, here we go. Ready? Do one more sip. Cheers. Okay. I do really feel like my wig is coming off, but I also, because of these nails, I don't know how to adjust it. It's not actually coming off. It's probably fine. Everything's fine. Cheers. Having a sensory moment, and I'm gonna share that with you, Cassie, because you get it. You know. Cheers. Okay. The 16 Accords of Madness by Anonymous. Hircine's Tale. Ever proud and boastful, Oblivion's mad prince stood 1/5 day of mid-year among the frigid peaks of Skyrim and beckoned forth Hircine for parley. The huntsman and god materialized. Okay, I just did this quest. Sorry. I literally just did this quest. I literally just did this on Wednesday. I'm really glad I ended up playing Skyrim on Wednesday. I was this close to playing WoW again. And I was like, you better not. You better play Skyrim to prepare for the Skyrim book reading stream. And I'm so glad I did, because I did this quest. Right? I just did it. So this is perfect. So let's see. And back and forth Hircine for parley. The huntsman god materialized, for this was his day, and the boldness of Sheogorath intrigued him. Wry without equal, Sheogorath holds in his realm giggling loons, flamboyant outdoors? Outdoors? I feel like I know this word, but I don't know this word. I love ebooks. A film director who influences the films so much that they rank as their author. Okay, yeah. Okay. And craven mutilators. The mad prince will ply profitless bargains and promote senseless bloodshed for nothing more than the joy of another's confusion, tragedy, or rage. So it was that Sheogorath had set a stage on which to play himself as rival to Hircine. BRB, soup check. Go get your soup. And also, when you come back, tell me what kind of soup. I didn't even ask. I should have asked. But tell us about your soup when you come back. Without haste, the coy prince proffered his contest. Each prince was to groom a beast to meet at this place again, 3 years to the hour, and do fatal battle. Expressionless behind his fearsome countenance, Hircine agreed, and with a not but a dusting of snow in the drift, the princes were gone to their realms. Confident, but knowing Sheogorath for a trickster, Hircine secretly bred an abomination in his hidden realm. An ancient Daedroth he summoned, and imbued it with the foul curse of lycanthropy. I literally just did this quest. It's so cool. It's like perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Villain, if you're out here, this is perfect. Anyway, it's just fun to get context to a quest that I just did. Confident, but knowing Sheogorath for a trickster, Hircine secretly bred an abomination in his hidden realm. An ancient Daedroth he summoned, and imbued it with the foul curse of lycanthropy. Of pitch heart and jagged fang, the unspeakable horror had no peer, even among the great hunters of Hircine's sphere. In the 3rd year, on the given day, Hircine returned, where Sheogorath leaned, cross-legged on a stone, whistling with idle patience. The prince of the hunt struck his spear to the ground, bringing forth his unnatural snarling behemoth. Doffing his cap, sly as ever, Sheogorath stood and stepped aside to reveal a tiny, colorful bird perched atop the stone. Demurely it chirped with the bristling gusts, scarcely audible. In a twisted, springing heap, the Daedroth was upon the stone, leaving only rubble where the boulder had been. Thinking itself victorious, the monster's bloodied maw curled into a mock grin, when a subdued song drifted into the crisp air. The tiny bird lightly hopped along the snout of the furious Daedroth. Sheogorath looked on, quietly mirthful, as the diminutive creature picked at a bit of detritus? Detritus? What is this one? What is this word? Detritus. Detritus. A waste of debris of any kind? Okay, cool. Caught in the scales betwixt the fiery eyes of the larger beast. With howling fury, the were-thing blinded itself trying to pluck away the nuisance. And so it continued for hours, Hircine looking on in shame while his finest beast gradually destroyed itself in pursuit of the seemingly oblivious bird, all the while chirping a mournful tune to the lonesome range. Livid but beaten, Hircine burned the ragged corpse and withdrew to his realm, swearing in forgotten tongues. His curses still hang in those peaks, and no wayfarer tarries for fear of his wrathful aspect in those obscured heights. Turning on his heel, Sheogorath beckoned to the minuscule songbird to perch atop his shoulder, and strolled down the mountain, making for warm breezes and vibrant sunsets at the Abyssinian coast, whistling in tune with the tiniest champion in Tamriel. Detritus? A troll. A troll in the night watch of the Ankh-Mor Park? What? What are these words, Fun? I feel like I should know them. I feel like I should get that reference. Why do I not get that reference? Got nothing. Okay. 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 9. Vermina's Tale. Detritus? Is it detritus or detritus? Detritus. I need help. Described in your book, he's also a Discworld character. Oh, Discworld. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, gotcha. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, what is that from? I'm not super familiar with Discworld, but I have a friend who's like super into it. Super duper into Discworld. All right, Vermina's Tale. Darius Shano found himself running as fast as he could. He had no idea what he was running from or toward, but he didn't care. The desire saturated his mind. There was nothing in the world except flight. He looked around for landmarks, anything to place himself or to use as a target, but to no avail. The featureless grasslands through which he was sprinting extended as far as the eye could see. Just have to keep running, he thought to himself. I have to run as fast as I can. On and on he ran with no end in sight or mind. I think the emphasis goes on the middle syllable. Detritus. 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 That sounds right. That sounds right to me. That sounds good to me, Fawn. I'm here for it. Standing over Darius Shannon while he lay quietly in his bed were his mistress, Vermina the Dreamweaver, and the mad god Shioga Wrath. Vermina looked down with pride at the disciple of hers and was boastful of her little jewel. Such potential in this one. Through dreams of inspiration, I have nurtured literary talent into fruition, and now he stands in acclaim as an emerging bard and poet. He will gain much favor before I tire of him. Shioga Wrath, too, gazed at the young Breton artist, and saw that he was indeed famous among other mortals. Mused Shioga Wrath, but how many are there who hate this mortal whom you have built? It is the hatred of the mortals which confirms greatness, and not their love. Surely you can accomplish this as well? Vermina's eyes narrowed. Yes, the mortals are indeed often foolish and petty, and it is true that many of them, their most bold, have been despised. Do not worry, Mad One, for I have the power to achieve many forms of greatness with this one, hatred among them. Perhaps, Dreamweaver, it would be amusing to show who has this power. Inspire foolish, arrogant hatred of this mortal for 10 years, and then I will do the same. We shall see whose talents are most efficient, free of aid or interference from any of the Daedra. Shioga Wrath likes to just be like, let's have a contest. Shioga Wrath just likes to, he's a trickster. Just likes to fuck with people. And I respect it. I respect it as an onlooker. I don't respect it as someone to be fucked with, if that makes sense. Very chaotic neutral. Okay. I like it. Sable, welcome back! It felt very weird timing you out. I didn't like it. I hope you liked it. My cat has learned that she can't use her paws on a touchscreen. So she uses her shoulder to mess with my iPhone. Smart. What a naughty baby. That's really funny. I'm amazed that the paws don't work. Wild. Cats are wild. Okay. At this, she relaxed into confident pleasure. The mad god is indeed powerful, but this task is suited to my skills. The mortals are repulsed by madness, but rarely think it worthy of hate. I shall take pleasure in revealing this to you, as I bring the more subtle horrors of this mortal's out of this mortal's subconscious. And so, in the 19th year of his life, the dreams Darius Shano had been experiencing began to change. Fear had always been part of the night for him, but now there was something else. A darkness began to creep into his slumber, a darkness that sucked away all feeling and color, leaving only emptiness behind. When this happened, he opened his mouth to scream, but found that the darkness had taken his voice as well. All he had was terror and the void. And each night they filled him with a new understanding of death. Yet when he awoke, there was no fear, for he had faith that his lady had a purpose. Indeed, one night Vermina herself emerged from the void. She leaned in close to whisper into his ear, "Watch carefully, my beloved." With that, she pulled the void away, and for hours each night she would reveal to Darius the most horrible perversions of nature. Men being skinned and eaten alive by other men, unimaginable beasts with many limbs and mouths, entire populations being burned. Their screams filled his every evening. In time, these visions gnawed at his soul, and his work began to take on their character of his nightmares. The images revealed to him at night were produced on the page, and the terrible cruelty and hollow vice that his work contained both revolted and fascinated the public. They reveled in their disgust over every detail. There were those who openly enjoyed his shocking material, and his popularity among some only fed their hatred of those who found him abhorrent. This continued for several years, while the infamy of Darius grew steadily. Then, in his 29th year, without warning, the dreams and nightmares ceased. Darius felt a weight lifted, as he no longer endured the nightly tortures, but was confused. What have I done to displease my mistress? He wondered aloud. Why has she abandoned me? Vermina never answered his prayers. No one ever answered, and the restless dreams faded away to leave Darius in long, deep sleeps. Sip time! Interest in the works of Darius Shano waned. His prose became stale, and his ideas failed to provoke the shock and outrage they once had. As the memory of his notoriety and of his terrible dreams faded, the questions that raced in his mind eventually produced resentment against Vermina, his former mistress. Resentment grew into hatred. From hatred came ridicule, and over time, ridicule became disbelief. Slowly, it became obvious. Vermina had never spoken to him at all. His dreams were simply the product of sick mind that had righted itself. Product of a sick mind that had righted itself. He had been deceived by his own subconscious, and the anger and shame overwhelmed him. The man who once conversed with a deity drifted steadily into heresy. In time, all of the bitterness, doubt, and sacrilege focused in Darius a creative philosophy that was threaded throughout all of his subsequent work. He challenged the gods themselves, as well as the infantile public and corrupt state for worshipping them. He mocked them all with perverse caricatures, sparing no one and giving no quarter. He challenged the gods in public to strike him down if they existed, and ridiculed them where no such comeuppance was delivered. To all of this, the people reacted with outrage far greater than they had shown his previous work. His early career had offended only sensibilities, but now he was striking directly at the heart of the people. His body of work grew in size and intensity. Temples, nobles, commoners were all targets of his scorn. Finally, at age 39, Darius wrote a piece entitled The Noblest Fool, ridiculing the emperor god Tiber's septum for integrating into the pathetic nine divines cult. The local king of Dania, who had been humiliated by his upstart in the past, saw his chance for his sacrilege against the empire. Darius Shano was executed, and with a ceremonial blade in front of cheering crowds of hundreds. His last bitter words were gurgled through a mouthful of his own blood. 20 years after their wager was first placed, Vermina and Shiogo Wrath met over Darius Shano's headless corpse. The Dreamweaver had been eager for this meeting. She had been waiting for years to confront the Daedric prince over his lack of action. I have been deceived by you, Shiogo Wrath. I performed my half of the bargain, but during your 10 years you never contacted the mortal once. He owes none of his greatness to you, or your talents, or your influence. Nonsense, croaked the mad god. I was with him all along. When your time ended and mine began, your whispers in his ear were replaced with silence. I severed his link to that from which he found most comfort and meaning, and withheld the very attention the creature so desperately craved. Without his mistress, this man's character could ripen under resentment and hatred. Now his bitterness is total and overcome by a madness fueled by his rage. He feeds me in my realm as my eternal servant. Shiogo Wrath returned and spoke to the empty space by his side. Indeed, Darius Shano was a glorious mortal, despised by his own people, his king, and even by the gods he mocked. For my success, I shall accept 70 followers of Vermina into my service, and the dreamers will waken as madmen. And thus did Shiogo Wrath teach Vermina that without madness, there are no dreams, and no creation. Vermina will never forget this lesson. Is that the lesson? Claire? Is that the lesson? Do you think? I'm enthralled. It's a good story. Man, this is the thing. This is what I love about the Skyrim book reading streams. There's some really good books in Skyrim. There's some good stories. Some of the writing's great. Some of the writing is like, wah, but it's pretty fun. It seems like without rude gods, there are no dreams. That sounds right. But maybe. I think the lesson is don't wager against yoga rat. That's the lesson. That's the lesson. I don't know about the whole, like, without madness there are no dreams and no creation. Like, that, I think that, like, artists and creative types kind of, like, can very easily, like, get kind of, like, I don't know, trapped by this idea that, like, suffering is the only way to, like, create good art. And I think that, like, creative expression often comes from a need, and so, like, when you are suffering is when you have a need to express yourself, and so that's where, like, great art is made. But it doesn't mean that, like, the idea that, like, creation and creativity need to come from a tortured place, like, that I think we get into, like, dangerous territory really quickly, you know what I mean? So the lesson is don't wager against yoga wrath. Okay, the wig thing is killing me, but my nails, and I can't, can I just, like, shove it forward? It's not even that it's, like, falling off my head, but I can just, like, I can feel it. That's better. Well, now I've really fucked with it, but that feels better. I don't even know if that looks different, but you guys, it feels better on my head. Shall we continue to the next Accord of Madness? This is 12. Oh my god, the wig really is bugging me, though. It looks fine. I need to just get over it, but I just, like, can I somehow... It's because of the nails I can't, like, easily adjust it. That's the struggle. Let's see. Can I do this? Oh, I think I did it. And I didn't break a nail. Okay. I think we did it. I think I fixed it. It doesn't look different. It feels good, though. I could be a bald Argonian. Well, the funny thing is, my hair is more on the green tinge now, so we could just, like, let it loose, let it free. Because the bald part, unfortunately, I don't have, like, a bald cap on. That'd be fun, though. Next time. Maybe next time. If I'm really feeling it and I decide to just, like, shave my head on a whim. Cool people do that. Fun, I'm looking at you. Cool people do that. Okay. 12. Are we prepared? Malakath's Tale. Little sip, little cheers. Oh my god. Missy Sue! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! What are you doing? Guys, Missy Sue is a beautiful, wonderful human being who I met through hardcore. And I believe she's working on getting a druid to 60. She has been through some trials and tribulations, but continues to go again, and you love to see it. And you should go follow her, because she's fucking awesome. Missy Sue, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Missy Sue fans, hello. I'm Abers. I also play hardcore. Ute, hello. How's it going? I play a lot of hardcore WoW. I also play some Skyrim. My beautiful chat has helped me raise money for a computer, and one of our stretch goals was to do a Skyrim book reading stream. So that's what we're doing tonight, is that we are reading books from Skyrim. It's so good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Real quick, I'm gonna just play a little raid video, so you all can kind of get to know me a little bit. So this is kind of what you can kind of expect from my stream.
Amateur welcome. Do you love how scuffed my stream is, chat? Oh, chat, I love you. Thanks for being patient and not trolling me. Oh, hi. I'm Abby. I play video games sometimes. And by sometimes I mean a lot. And by video games I mean World of Warcraft Classic. And by World of Warcraft Classic, what I really mean is hardcore. And by hardcore, what I mean is if I die, I delete my character. Sometimes I don't die, and I succeed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with me. It means the world.
There you go. That's it. That's That's me. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Guys, for real, go follow Missy Sue. She's just an absolute delight, an absolute treasure. When is new computer? So actually, now that you ask, I am going computer shopping tomorrow. And I'm very excited. So thank you so much to everybody who has donated money to that cause, because you all are fucking incredible. I cannot believe it. So me and young Star Knuckle, we're gonna go to the Micro Center tomorrow, and I'm very excited. Ute, how are you? It's so good to see you. What specs? Okay, do you really want to know? So here's my thoughts. I'll tell you my thoughts. So part of me is like, the computer that I really want is probably exactly like $2,500 before tax. So I think I'm gonna go with that. Although I also really would need to get, oh gosh. Oh, Missy Sue, thank you for using your Prime on me. That's very sweet. That's very, very sweet. Thank you. Awesome raid video. Thank you. I'm very proud of it. It took me, it's so funny because it's like long form is very hard for editing, don't get me wrong, but like to try to like capture who you are in just like 1 minute, it took me a long time to like make that happen. So thank you. I'm very proud of it. Okay, as far as specs are concerned. So what I'm trying to say is I'm debating. I'm like, do I go with the computer that I really want and maybe just like wait till my next paycheck to get like a couple monitors, or like throw it on a credit card? Because let's be real, I can't wait. I'm just too excited. Or do I get a computer that is still a huge upgrade, but leaves a little bit more wiggle room for like getting something like monitors? But the specs that I'm looking at, graphic cards wise, if we're going with like computer I really, really want, is NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 Ti. 4070. And then 32 gigs of RAM. Can't go wrong with that. And then 2 terabyte solid state drive. You can't go wrong with that. 1.5 gigahertz processor. I don't really know about processors and processing speed, I'll be honest with you, but video card, RAM are like the 2 biggest things I'm looking at. So that's what I'm looking at. But this is part of why I'm bringing young Star Knuckle with me, because he will be instrumental in helping me figure this out. But yeah, this computer, this one in particular that I'm looking at, I think is like, well, I guess this one's actually $2,400, but tax and all of that, you know. Yeah. Big numbers go brrr, right? Doesn't that sound amazing? Guys, it's gonna be amazing. I keep joking. Eden has been editing some of my shorts lately, which is very sweet of her. She's an absolute doll. And she keeps joking. She's like, I can't wait to edit you in 1080p. I'm like, I can't wait either. Please edit me in 1080p. So yeah, that's the plan. And I will definitely, once I get it, I will let you guys know exactly what it is. I'll be one of those streamers that has the little thing on the About Me section that's like, oh, here's my specs for my computer. Because right now it would be like, I have a laptop. Nah. I have a laptop. It's a laptop. I don't even know what I think it's like the GeForce 1500 or something is the video card. That sounds wrong, but I think that's right. Yikes, dude. Rocking a 370. See, 3070 also, so this is what I was wondering, because 3070 are some of the ones that I was looking at that would be a little bit cheaper. So that's where it's like, do we go balls deep on the computer, or do we go a little bit lower so that I can also get monitors, like I said? So it's, I don't know. We'll definitely talk tomorrow because I'm debating. But those are kind of, that's the ballpark spec wise that I'm looking at. Also, Evers, you look amazing. Thank you. The corset and the makeup and everything. The makeup is so amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, caps lock is on. Ulfgar always calls that Billy Mays mode, which I love it. I love that. He's like, sorry, I was in Billy Mays mode, which just means you have the caps lock on. I love that. Okay, Missy Sue, you have an Asus TUF 3070. Okay, so 3070. You can get away with 3070, but we'll figure it out tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Love the teeth. Hey, thank you. These fangs, you guys,
It was really cool, actually. So they just like, you put, you want to know my secrets? They're just from like some like Halloween store, right? But you put a little bit of a like goop on them, and then you hold it in your mouth. You hold it in place for like 5 minutes, and then you take it out, and like then it's just like, from then on, the goop like dries, so you can just click them in. Now, granted, because I'm like drinking mimosa and like just salivating a lot, they have been kind of like popping out a little bit, but overall, they're pretty cool. They're pretty good. Let's see. I have no idea what I have, to be honest. That's me right now, fun. I was like, I don't even know what this laptop is. It was never meant to be a gaming PC. This was my laptop for college. Like, you know, caps lock mode, bouillabaisse mode. Do you know who Billy Mays is? Billy Mays is, how do you even explain? He's just like one of those like late night infomercial guys that just like yells at you. And so that's where the joke comes from. That's a joke. Well, we're currently reading 16 somethings. What is it called? 16 something madness something? 16 Accords. The 16 Accords of Madness. Oh, he passed away. Rest in peace, Billy Mays. I didn't realize. Rip. God bless his soul. I hope. Was he a bad person? I hope he wasn't a bad person. That was the other guy. That was the ShamWow guy. He's a bad person, right? We don't have to get into it. So we're currently reading the 16 Accords of Madness. We're learning all about Sheogorath. And so far what we've learned is Sheogorath just don't... A deal is a deal even with a dirty dealer. Basically. You know? Probably was too. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go. Malakath's Tale. You take a little sip. Take a little sip. It's that guy. Slap that on. Yeah, there you, exactly. Yeah. So very similar genre. It's so good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well. He talks so loud to scare you awake in the... Yes, exactly! Podge knows. He would talk so loudly to just wake you up in the middle of the night so that you would buy random shit. That was the strategy. That was the guy. That's the guy, Billy Mays. And so that's why Ulfgar calls it Billy Mays mode when his caps lock is on accident. Which totally makes sense. Alright, Malakath's Tale. In the days before the Orsinium's founding, and the spurned orc folk were subjected to ostracism and persecutions even more numerous and harsh than their progeny were accustomed to in our own age, so it was that many champions of the Orsimer traveled, enforcing what borders they could for the proliferation of their own people. Many of these champions are spoken of yet today, among them the Cursed Legion, Groma the Hairless, and the noble Meg Grokaira. This latter crusader would have certainly risen to legendary status throughout Tamriel, had he not been subject to the attention of a certain Daedric princes. Plural, princes. That took me too long. Slap take guy is Phil Swift, not Billy Mays. Okay, but this the same idea, because Billy Mays was OxyClean. He was all about OxyClean. He would like dump wine onto carpets and be like, "Oh, look at this OxyClean," you know what I mean? But Phil Swift is not the same as ShamWow guy, is it? But it's that genre. You got the right genre for sure. If two princes stand before you. ShamWow is Vince. Okay. But it's you know. All right. Meg Grokaira was the bastard son of young maiden who was killed in childbirth. He was raised by the shaman of his tribe, the Grillika Maug, in the peaks of what we now call Normer Heights. Late in his 15th year, Meg forged by hand an ornate suit of scaled armor, a rite of ascension among his tribe. On a blustery day, he pounded the final rivet, and draping a heavy cloak over the bulky mantle, Emig set out from his village for the last time.
Word of his exploits always returned home, whether defending merchant caravans from brigands or liberating enslaved beast folk. News of the noble orc crusader began to grace even the lips of Britons, often with some tinge of fear. Let's see. All I know is the Slap Chop song mashup. Oh, okay, Slap Chop. So Slap Chop is a whole other thing, right? You really need to hear me singing the song for that. Oh, are you doing it? Just go ahead now. I didn't even know it was a bit. I like that I'm good at infomercial titans. Yeah, that's a weird little piece of trivia that you're good at. Slap Chop is also Vince. Okay, just kidding. My bad. You're gonna love my nuts. Nice. Okay. Anyway. Less than 2 years after ascending to maturity, I think yes, okay. Grokaira was making camp when a thin voice called out from the thickening night. He was surprised to hear the language of his people, spoken by a tongue that obviously did not belong to an orc. Lord Kyra, said the voice, tales of your deeds have crossed the lips of many, and have reached my ears. Peering into the murk, Emmeg made out the silhouette of a cloaked figure, made wavy and ephemeral by the hazy campfire. From the voice alone, he had thought the interloper was an old hag, but he now decided that he was in the presence of a man of slight and lanky build, though he could discern no further detail. Perhaps, the wary orc began, but I seek no glory. Who are you? How was the soup? Yeah, and what soup did you make? We all want to hear what we we require a soup update, please. Ignoring the question, the stranger continued. Despite that, Orsimer, glory finds you, and I bear a gift worthy of it. The visitor's cloak parted slightly, revealing nothing but faintly glinting buttons in the pale moonlight, and a bundle was withdrawn and tossed to the side of the fire between the two. Emmeg cautiously removed the rags in which the object was swathed, and was dazzled to discover the item to be a wide, curved blade with ornately decorated handle. The weapon had heft, and Emmeg realized on brandishing it that the elaborate pommel disguised the more practical purpose of balancing the considerable weight of the blade itself. It was nothing much to look at in its present condition, though the orc, but once the tarnish was, thought the orc, but once the tarnish was cleaned away, and a few missing jewels restored, it would indeed be a blade worthy of a champion 10 times his own worth. His name is Krebsky. It's not his name. That's not his name. Imagine going to college to study discern. I wish more of us would study discern, honestly. Her name is Neb Krensky. Nope. Her name is Neb Crescent, spoke the thin stranger, seeing the appreciation lighting Grokaira's face. I got her for a horse and a secret into warmer climes. What? Gotta go do bedtime things. Go do it, fun. Thank you for hanging out. It's good to see you. Yeah, go do bedtime things. I got her for a horse and a secret in warmer climes. But in my old age, I'd be lucky to even lift such a weapon. It's only proper that I pass her on to one such as yourself. To possess her is to change your life forever. Overcoming his initial infatuation with the arc of honed steel, Enmeg turned his attention back to the visitor. Your words are fine, old man, Enmeg said, not masking his suspicion. But I'm no fool. You traded for this blade once, and you'll trade for it again tonight. What is it that you want? The stranger's shoulders slumped, and Enmeg was glad to have unveiled the true purpose of this twilight visit. He sat with him a while, eventually offering a stack of furs, warm food, and a handful of coins in exchange for the exotic weapon. By morning, the stranger was gone. In the week following Emmeg's encounter with the stranger, Neb Crescent had not left its scabbard. He had encountered no enemy in the woods, and his meals consisted of fowl and small game caught with bow and arrow. The peace suited him fine, but on the 7th morning, while fog still crept between the low-hanging boughs, Emmeg's ears pricked up at the telltale crunch of nearby footfall in the dense snow and forest debris. Emmeg's nostrils flared, but he was upwind. Being unable to see or smell his guest, and knowing that the breeze carried his scent in that direction, Emmig's guard was up, and he cautiously drew Neb Crescent from its sheath. Emmig himself was not entirely sure of all that happened next. The first moment of conscious memory in Emmig Grokaira's mind after drawing Neb Crescent was the image of the curved blade sweeping through the air in front of him, spattering blood over the virginal powder coating the forest floor. The second memory was a feeling of frenzied bloodlust creeping over him, but it was then that he saw for the first time his victim, an orc woman, perhaps a few years younger than himself, her body a canvas of grisly wounds, enough to kill even a strong man 10 times over. Please, Abbers, put some more soul and enthusiasm into it. Tone of voice up and down. Oh no, is it? Am I do I need to be more? I can't tell if you're joking or not. I'm doing my best over here, man. I have fangs that make me have a lisp and spitty. I'm sorry. Emmig's disgust overwhelmed the madness that had overtaken him, and with all his will... Wow. I can't tell. Am I being monotone? Oh, man. I hope not. Lisp and spitty? What more could I ask for? Not being monotone. Thank you. That's all I need. I just needed reassurance. Thank you, Cassie. Emmig's disgust overwhelmed the madness that had overtaken him, and with all his will enlisted, he released Neb Crescent from his grip and let the blade sail. With discordant ringing, it spun through the air and was buried in a snowdrift. Emmig fled the scene in shame and horror, drawing the hood of his cloak up to hide himself from the judging eyes of the rising sun. The scene where Emmig Grokaira had murdered one of his own kind was a macabre one. Below the neck, the blood was flayed and mutilated almost beyond recognition, but the untouched face was frozen in permanent expression of abject horror. It was here that Sheogorath performed certain rites that summoned Malakath, and the 2 Daedric lords held court in the presence of the disfigured corpse. "Why show me this, mad one?" began Malakath once he recovered from his initial wordless outrage. "Do you take such pleasure in watching me grieve the murder of my children?" His guttural voice rumbled, and the patron of the Orismer? Right, Erismer. looked upon his counterpart with accusing eyes. "By birth, she was yours, brother outcast," began Sheogorath, solemn in aspect and demeanor. "But she was a daughter of mine by her own habits. My mourning here is no less than your own, my outrage no less great." "I am not so sure," grumbled Malakath, "but rest assured that vengeance for this crime is mine to reap. I expect no contest from you. Stand aside." As the fearsome prince began to push past him, Lord Sheogorath spoke again. "I have no intention of standing between you and vengeance. In fact, I mean to help you. I have servants in this wilderness and can tell you just where to find our mutual foe. I ask only that you use a weapon of my choosing. Wound the criminal with my blade and brandish him to my plane, where I can exact my own punishment. The rights of honor killing here belong to you." With that, Malakath agreed, took the wide blade from Sheogorath, and was gone. Never make a deal with Sheogorath. This is what we learned. I mean, you're doing a reading, and it's very reading and not changing tone. It's just feedback. I think it's very good. Here's what I would say, you. I didn't ask for your feedback. I would challenge you to do what I'm doing right now and to see how it feels. That's what I would say. I would challenge you to stream in front of strangers while wearing a corset and a pound of makeup and a wig and read out loud for how many hours now? 3 hours? I would challenge you to try it. Generally speaking, unless someone asks for feedback, don't give it to them. Okay? Just, just for the record. I will come back. I love that. You can give me feedback, but when I give you feedback, it's I'm gonna leave now.
Yeah, bye. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. When people say something to you and you're like, hey, I don't like the way that you just talked to me. And they're like, oh, well, I guess I'll leave. Rather than taking accountability for their actions. Yeah, see ya, Ute. Come on. Ugh. You're usually so cool. You're usually so kind. I get where you're coming from, but also, like, come on, my dude. Come on. You're cooler than that. You're better than that. You are. You're very kind. You're a very generous person, and you hang out here quite a bit. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. It's not even that big of a deal, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm sorry it can't always be, you know, karaoke and sunshine here. It's just not what this is. Anyway, that took way more focus than necessary. I'm gonna start over here. Okay. Okay. I'm not so sure, grumbled Malakath, but rest assured that vengeance for this crime is mine to reap. I expect no contest from you. Stand aside. As the fearsome prince began to push past him, Lord Sheogorath spoke again. I have no intention of standing between you and vengeance. In fact, I mean to help you. I have servants in this wilderness, and I can tell you just where to find our mutual foe. I ask only that you use a weapon of my choosing. Wound the criminal with my blade and banish him to my plane, where I can exact my own punishment. The rights of honor killing here belong to you. With that, Malakath agreed, took the wide blade from Sheogorath, and was gone. I'm sorry my message just came out wrong and it went out of control. It's okay. It's just, so I'm gonna just repeat myself. Generally speaking, don't give feedback or criticism unless people ask for it. Because what I'm doing here, what people do when they're streaming on Twitch, putting on a camera, doing something weird and different, in front of strangers, is it puts them in a very vulnerable place, right? I'm in a very vulnerable place trying to do this. And so when you give me criticism, even if it's coming from a place of kindness and wanting to help me and better me, you're doing that when I'm already in a pretty vulnerable place. So I'm not going to take your feedback or your criticism very well unless I ask for it. If I ask for it, then I'm like opening myself up to that, right? But like otherwise, all it does is it makes me feel shitty. That's all it did. And you didn't mean to do that. I know that you don't want me to feel shitty, but you made me feel shitty. So just don't do that. That's all. And in the future, if I ask for feedback, give it to me. If not, you can hold your comments to yourself, you know? That's all. Thank you for the apology. Malakath materialized in the path of the murderer, the cloaked figure obscured through a blizzard haze. Bellowing a curse so foul as to wilt the surrounding trees, the blade was drawn, and Malakath crossed the distance more quickly than a wild fox. Frothing with rage, he swung the blade in a smooth arc, which lopped the head of his foe cleanly off, then plunged the blade into its hilt in his chest, choking off the spurts of blood in steady growing stain of red bubbling from beneath the scaled armor and heavy cloak. Panting from the unexpected immediacy and fury of his own kill, Malakath rested on a knee as the body before him collapsed heavily backwards, and the head landed roughly upon a broad, flat stone. The next sound broke the silence like a bolt. I'm sorry, sputtered the voice of Meg Grokaira. Malakath's eyes went wide as he looked upon the severed head, seeping blood from its wound, but somehow kept alive. Its eyes wavered about wildly, trying to focus on the aspect of Malakath before it. The once proud eyes of the champion were choked with tears of grief, pain, and confused recognition. To his horror, Malakath recognized only now that the man he had killed was not only one of his Orsimer children, but very literally a son he had blessed an orc maiden with years hence. For achingly long moments, the two looked upon each other, despondent and shocked.
Then, silent as oiled steel, Sheogorath strode into the clearing. He hefted a Meg Grokaira's disembodied head and bundled it into a small gray sack. Sheogorath reclaimed Neb Crescent from the corpse and turned to walk away. Malakath began to stand, but kneeled again, knowing he had irreversibly damned his own offspring to the realm of Sheogorath, and mourned his failure as the sound of his son's hoarse pleas faded into the frozen horizon. That's sad. That's a sad one. Oh, man. Didn't realize these books were so well written. They're really good, right? And this is the thing. It's like, because I like collect the books in the game when I'm playing, but I never actually read them while I'm playing. You know what I mean? So it's been really fun to like do these and read through them. There's so much extra material in the books. Feel guilty for collecting them and never reading them. I know, right? Do another playthrough, I guess so. Y'all think that most of these are going to transfer over into ES6? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't either. I mean, I'm learning more through this, honestly. It's all good. It's all good. Like, you didn't mean it. It's all good. It's just, just trying to explain to you where I'm coming from. That's all. That's all. You're not a bad person. It's just one of those comments that's like rough, because it's like I'm this is hard what I'm doing. I'm gonna just be honest. It's not easy. This took a lot of work, and is a lot of work in the moment. So, just respect that. I think that sometimes people don't realize how much effort goes into doing something like this, because on the surface it looks so silly, and it is. But a lot of effort went into this. So if you're not hearing it in the way that I'm reading it, please know that there's a lot of effort happening here regardless. Okay. Moving on. Damn! Villain! That was a really good one. Thank you. Yeah, it is not a big deal. It's really not. Like, you're a great person. I know that. You're not a bad person. Okay. So the other one that I was planning on doing was, so much effort into the prep, let alone doing the actual reading. Yeah. Reading out loud is not easy. It's something that I do for my job because I teach English to speakers of their languages. But especially like reading weird words like this on the fly, there's a lot of like focus on how do I pronounce this, that maybe that focus is going into how do I pronounce this rather than like, I'm going to speak with emotion. You know what I mean? It is. Reading out loud's hard. It's hard. Not to be like, woe is me, what I'm doing is so hard. I love doing this. It's really fun, but it's just one of those things where it's like, man, I'm doing a lot over here on this side of the computer. Anyway, shall we move on? Okay, so the other one that I was thinking of reading, again, comes from Brian David Gill. So this came from Villain. Villain, if you're out there, thank you. It's very good learning about Sheogorath and what a dick he is. The other one that I wanted to read is from Brian David Gilbert's list of best Skyrim books. And it's called Feyfoken. And it's another Wogan Yarth. And I'm just like Brian David Gilbert. I'm kind of a Yarth head. I don't know how to say any of these words, so I'll go along with whatever you say. I was gonna say, you know what I'm lucky for? I'm lucky I don't have some like Skyrim nerd that's like, actually, it's pronounced Sheogorath, because I mean, I know I'm pronouncing like half of these wrong, but they're also made up words, so what you gonna do? All right, Feyfoken time. Are we prepared? Feyfoken time, baby. Let's do this thing. Whoop, hey, bit. I am getting better at typing with these nails. The nails were a mistake, but they are fun. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Wogan Yarth.
Just like the one of the best fiction writers in all of Skyrim. All right, Feyfolken. Feyfolken 1, Book 1, by Wan Yarth. The great sage was a tall, untidy man, bearded but bald. His library resembled him. All the books had been moved over the years to the bottom shelves, where they gathered in dusty conglomerations. He used several of the books in his current lecture, explaining to his students, Taxum and Vongeldock, how the Mages Guild had first been founded by Venus Galerian. They had many questions about Galerian's beginnings in the Sigic Order, and how the study of magic there differed from the Mages Guild. It was, and is, a very structured way of life, explained the great sage. Quite elitist, actually. That was the aspect of it Galerian most objected to. He wanted the study of magic to be free. Well, not free, exactly, but at least available to all who could afford it. In doing that, he changed the course of life in Tamriel. He codified the praxis and rituals used by all modern potion makers, item makers, and spell makers, didn't he, great sage? Asked Vongeldock. That was only part of it. Magic as we know it today comes from the Venus Galerian. He restructured the schools to be understandable by the masses. He invented the tools of alchemy and enchanting so everyone could concoct whatever they wanted, whatever their skills and purse would allow them to, without fears of magical backfire. Well, eventually he created that. I feel like high fantasy throws out a lot of curveballs with weird words. It's true. Sci-fi too, though. Yeah, I mean, the sci-fi and high fantasy kind of are like two sides of the same coin, aren't they? A little bit. What do you mean, great sage? Asked Tassum. The first tools were more automated than the ones we have today. Any layman could use them without at least understanding the enchantment and alchemy. On the Isle of Artaeum, the students had to learn the skills laboriously and over many years, but Galerian decided that there was another example of the Sigic's elitism. The tools he invented were like robotic master enchanters and alchemists, capable of creating anything the customer required, provided he could pay. So someone could, for example, create a sword that would cleave the world in twain? Asked Vongeldock. This kid seems like he's 12 years old. I don't know. When they say, this is another high fantasy thing. When they say student, that could be like a 12-year-old. That could also be someone who's like, I'm 97. I'm a student of the dark arts. Like, you know what I mean? This kid sounds like he's 12. I suppose in theory, but it would probably take all the gold in the world, chuckled the great sage. No, I can't say we were ever in very great danger. But that isn't to say there weren't a few unfortunate incidents where an unschooled yokel invented something beyond his ken. Eventually, of course, Galerian tore apart his old tools and created what we use today. It's a little elitist, requiring that people know what they're doing before they do it, but remarkably practical. What did people invent? Asked Taxum. Are there any stories? You're trying to distract me so I don't test you, said the great sage. But I suppose I can tell you one story. Just to illustrate a point, this particular tale takes place in the city of Alinor, on the west coast of the Somerset Isle, and concerns a scribe named Thauerbad. My cat is here. Hi, sweet bonbons. And now I see you. I see you licking your chops and looking at the laptop. And I see you scheming. I see you. I see you. Oh, there it is. Hi. No, you don't be angry about it. I gotcha. I know, I have a lot going on. Just like, what is this wig and this hair? Hi. Okay, all right. You can go. I just, hold on, wait, there's so many cords over there. Hold on, go this way. No, wait, no, come back, not that way. Go, baby. Go down this way, please. She is a beautiful kitty. She is a beautiful kitty. She's very cute. She's very cute. She's also a little rascal. She's a little menace. She's not a nightmare cat. She's very sweet. She just really likes to fuck with... She doesn't like when I stream. She doesn't like me streaming. She's like, because like any other time, I have a little chair here, but it's like not enough for her. Any other time I'm doing something, she's very content to just kind of like sit beside me or whatever. But streaming in particular, she's like, no, mother. I want to jump on the laptop now. It's like, why? Why are we doing this? She's not a nightmare cat. She's my baby. She's my baby, and I love her. Okay. This was in the Second Era, not long after Venus and Galerian. You're not doing a good job proving Ben wrong. You're... Keep the laptop on the desk as a decoy. Decoy laptop for you? I probably will. You know what? I'm excited to like have a laptop that I can like carry back and forth and like, because really like since streaming, like my laptop just kind of like lives here, right? Like I don't like take it anywhere. So to be able to like have a laptop to like, I don't know, go play video games in my living room when I want to, kind of a thing. Like how nice. How nice, huh? What do you think? She's rubbing her face against the side of the laptop right now. P.S. You will only entertain me, mother, pretty much. Goodness. No, mother, this is my laptop. Seriously, though. You think this is your laptop, huh? Yeah, I know. Come over here. Do you like the sound my nails make? Is that weird? I don't really love them either, I'm gonna be honest, Bonnie. But it's okay. Excuse me while I pet my cat. Off camera. Decoy laptop! It's not a bad idea. I see you getting ready to jump on there. Please don't. Please don't jump on there. Also, side note, I have these like Bob Ross paintings here. I'll grab one. I did these Bob Ross paint-alongs. This was before we did the ones like on stream, right? And I have them hanging up like behind my laptop. And well, now she's don't bite the thumbtack. Hold on. What is happening? Stop it. What I was really gonna say, I didn't know she was gonna try to bite the thumbtack that it was hanging on. They never hang. They will perpetually hang crooked because she always rubs her face on them. And now that she saw that there's a thumbtack behind it, now she's determined to find the thumbtack. What are you doing? What are you doing? Cats, man. Okay, we're gonna continue. Bonnie, I'm gonna keep reading now. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading the story. Do you want to come sit in my lap while I read? You can if you want. Do you want to sit in my lap? Here. Come here, bud. Oh, nope, she was not. Nope. Nope. Random light crashes out of frame. Yeah. Oh, Starnux, I don't think you were here. She dove behind my laptop and closed it during one stream. Just like closed it. She's like, stream over now. All right, anyway, here we go. Thauerbad. Let's read about Thauerbad, shall we? This was in the Second Era, not long after Venus Galerian had first founded the Mages Guild, and chapter houses had sprung up all over Somerset, though not yet spread to the mainland of Tamriel. For 5 years, this scribe, Thauerbad, had conducted all his correspondence to the outside world by way of his messenger boy Gorgos. For the first year of his adoption to the hermit life, his few remaining friends and family of his dead wife, truth be told, had tried visiting, but even the most indefatigable kin gives up eventually when given no encouragement. No one had a good reason to keep in touch with Thauerbad Hulsick, and in time, very few even tried. His sister-in-law sent him the occasional letter with news of people he could barely remember, but even that communication was rare. Most of the messages to and from his house dealt with his business, writing the weekly proclamation from the temple of Auriel.
Ariel. These were bulletins nailed on the temple door, community news, sermons, that sort of thing. The first message Gorgos brought him that day was from his healer, reminding him of his appointment on Turdos. Thauerbad took a while to write his response, glum and affirmative. He had the Crimson Plague. The Crimson Plague? He had the Crimson Plague, which he was being treated for, at considerable expense. You have to remember, these were days before the School of Restoration had become quite so specialized. It was a dreadful disease, and he had already taken away his voice box. That was why he only communicated by script. Wow. That's wild. I remember that day coming really close to happening during one of the streams. It finally happened. It finally did happen, yeah. The next message was from Alfiers, the secretary at the church, as curt and noxious as ever. Thauerbad, attached is Sunday's sermon, next week's events calendar, and the obituaries. Try to liven them up a little. I wasn't happy with your last attempt. Liven up the obituaries, would you? Liven those up a little bit. Put a little more enthusiasm into those obituaries, would you? Thauerbad had taken the job putting together the bulletin before Alfiers joined the temple, so his only mental image of her was purely theoretical and had evolved over time. At first, he thought of Alfiers as an ugly, fat Slotus. What does that mean? Oh, do you like my burp? Do you like my burp, guys? No definition found! Alright. Covered with warts. More recently, she had mutated into a rail-thin spinster orcas. Of course, it was possible his clairvoyance was accurate, and she had just lost weight. Again, yeah, Skyrim is really, really into people's weights, which was not something I realized until reading the books, but that's like a big thing. They really... Maybe that's a Wagnarth thing. Wagnarth? Get it together. Whatever Alfiers looked like, her attitude towards Thauerbad was clear, unwavering disdain. She hated his sense of humor, always found the most minor of misspellings, and considered his structure and calligraphy the worst kind of amateur work. Luckily, working for a temple was the next most secure job working for the King of Alinor. It didn't bring in very much money, but his expenses were minimal. Truth was, he didn't need to do it anymore. He had quite a fortune stashed away, but he didn't have anything else to occupy his days. And the truth was further that having little else to occupy his time and thoughts, the bulletin was very important to him. Gorgos, having delivered all the messages, began to clean, and as he did so, told Thauerbad all the news in town. The boy always did so, and Thauerbad seldom paid him any attention. But this time he had an interesting report. The Mages Guild had come to Alinor. If I was a great writer, I would write a beautiful fantasy without fat phobia and racism. Big goals. I know, right? Ugh. How low the bar is set. Isn't that sad? They exist. I know they exist, but few and far between, right? As Thauerbad listened intently, Gorgos told him all about the guild, the remarkable archmagister, and the incredible tools of alchemy and enchanting. Finally, when the lad had finished, Thauerbad scribbled a quick note and handed it and a quill to Gorgos. The note read, "Have them enchant this quill." Was asking for someone to crawl over. Honestly, though, for real. "It will be expensive," said Gorgos. Thauerbad gave Gorgos a sizable chunk of thousands of gold pieces he had saved over the years, and sent him out the door. Now, Thauerbad decided he would finally have the ability to impress Alfiers, and bring glory to the temple of Auriel. The way I've heard the story, Gorgos had thought about taking the gold and leaving Alinor, but he had come to care for poor old Thauerbad. And even more, he hated Alfiers, who he had to see every day. Bonnie, get down. Hey, get down. Get down. Get down, Bonnie. This baby. Listen. I don't think you're a nightmare cat. But you sure act like one sometimes. You do. You sure act like one sometimes. You didn't break the stream. But you're kind of on thin ice over here, Missy. You see the tail swishing behind me? Okay. As rare as romance books without ace aerophobia? Yes, totally. And of course fat phobia, because that's so hard to dodge. It's just so hard to dodge everywhere. That's one of those that society has just not caught up with. And people are like, oh, it's so much better now. It's like, it is. And also... Anyway. Okay. Gave him a bunch of money, enchant this quill, blah, blah, blah. The way I've heard the story, Gorgos had thought about taking the gold... Oh my god, Bonnie! What are you doing? She has decided that she wants to sit on my mouse pad. Okay, fine. I'll just move my mouse over here. You can just go ahead and sit on the mouse pad. That's fine. That's fine. You literally are just sitting on the mouse pad. Why? I guess it's better than the laptop. I'm gonna take what I can, you know? Fun, thank you for the lurk. Yes, go do your thing. Oh, go do it. Enjoy. Okay. The way I've heard the story, Gorgos had thought about taking the gold and leaving Eleanor, but he had come to care for poor old Thauerbad. And even more, he hated Alfiers, who he had to see every day to get his messages for his master. It wasn't perhaps for the best of motivations, but Gorgos decided to go to the guild and get the quill enchanted. The Mages Guild was not then, especially not then, an elitist institution, as I have said, but when the messenger boy came in and asked to use the item maker, he was greeted with some suspicion. When he showed the bag of gold, the attitude melted, and he was ushered into the room. Isn't that just the way? Now, I haven't seen one of the enchanting tools of old, so you must use your imagination. There's a large prism for the item to be bound with magicka, assuredly, and an assortment of soul gems and globes of trapped energies. Other than that, I cannot be certain how it looked or how it worked, because of all the gold he gave to the guild, Gorgos could infuse the guild with the highest priced soul available, which was something Daedric called Feyfolken. The initiate at the guild, being ignorant as most guild members were at the time, did not know very much about the spirit except that it was filled with energy. When Gorgos left the room, the quill had been enchanted to its very limit and then some. It was virtually quivering with power. Of course, when Thauerbad used it, that's when it became clear how over his head he was. And now, said the great sage, it's time for your test. But what happened? Where were the quill's powers? Cried Taxum. You can't stop the tale there, objected Vongeldock. We will continue the tale after your conjuration test, provided you both perform exceptionally well, said the great sage. What a professor move. Classic professors for ya. All right, take a sip. Take a little sip. She really has just like camped. If I could move my camera, I would show you, but she has just decided to camp on my my mouse pad. All right, that's fine. She's just like loafed up on it. All right, Feyfolken 2, Book 2 by Warren Yarth. After the test had been given and Vongeldock and Taxum had demonstrated their knowledge of elementary conjuration, the great sage told them that they were free to enjoy the day. The two lads, who most afternoons fidgeted through their lessons, refused to leave their seats. You told us that after the test you'd tell us more of your tale about the scribe and his enchanted quill, said Taxum. You've already told us about the scribe, how he lived alone and how his battles with the temple secretary over the bulletin he scripted for posting, and how he suffered from the crimson plague and couldn't speak. When you left off, his messenger boy had just had his master's quill enchanted with the spirit of a Daedra named Feyfolken, added Vongeldock to aid the great sage's memory. As it happens, said the great sage, I was thinking about a nap. However, the story does touch on some issues of the natures of spirits, and thus is related to conjuration, so I'll continue. Thauerbad began using the quill to write the temple bulletin, and there was something about the slightly lopsided, almost three-dimensional quality of the letters that Thauerbad liked a lot. Into the night, Thauerbad put together the Temple of Auriel's bulletin. For the moment he washed over the page with the Feyfolken quill, it became a work of art, illuminated with an illuminated manuscript crafted of gold, but with good, simple, and strong vernacular. The sermon excerpts read like poetry, despite being based on the archpriest's workmanlike extortion of the most banal of the Alessian doctrines. The obituaries of two of the temple's chief benefactors were stark and powerful. Pitifully mundane deaths transitioned into world-class tragedies. Thauerbad worked the magical palette until he nearly fainted from exhaustion. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a day before deadline, he handed the bulletin to Gorgos for him to carry to Alfiers, the temple secretary. As expected, Alfiers never wrote back to compliment him or even comment on how early he had sent the bulletin. It didn't matter. Thauerbad knew it was one of the best bulletin in the temple. It was the best bulletin the temple had ever posted. At 1 o'clock on Sundas, Gorgos brought him many messages. The bulletin today was so beautiful. When I read it in the vestibule, I'm ashamed to tell you I wept copiously, wrote the archpriest. I don't think I've seen anything that captured Auriel's glory so beautifully before. The cathedrals of Firsthold pale in comparison. My friend, I prostrate myself before the greatest artist since Galileo. The archpriest was, like most men of the cloth, given to hyperbole. Still, Thauerbad was happy with the compliment. More messages followed. All of the temple elders and 33 of the parishioners, young and old, had all taken the time to find out who wrote the bulletin and how to get a message to congratulate him. And there was only one person they could go through for that information. Alfiers. Imaging the dragon lady besieged by his admirers filled Thauerbad with positive glee. He was still in a good mood the next day when he took the ferry to his appointment with his healer, Telemichael? Telemichael. The herbalist was new, a pretty Redguard woman who'd tried to talk to him even after he gave her the note reading. The note reading, "My name is Thauerbad Hulsick, and I have an appointment with I'm going to call him Telemichael. Telemichael? Yeah, Telemichael. For 11 o'clock. Please forgive me for not talking, but I have no voice box anymore." "Has it started raining yet?" she asked cheerfully. The diviner said it might. Thauerbad frowned and shook his head angrily. Why was it that everyone thought that mute people liked to be talked to? Did soldiers who lost their arms like to be thrown balls? Damn! Damn, what a comparison! It was undoubtedly not a purposefully cruel behavior, but Thauerbad still suspected some people just liked to prove that they weren't crippled too. The examination itself was routine horror. Telemichael performed the irregular invasive torture, all the while chatting and chatting and chatting. "You ought to try talking once in a while. That's the only way to see if you're getting better. If you don't feel comfortable doing it in public, you could try practicing it by yourself," said Telemichael, knowing her patient would ignore her advice. "Try singing in the bath. You'll probably find you don't sound as bad as you think." Thauerbad left the examination with the promise of test results in a couple of weeks. On the ferry ride back home, Thauerbad began thinking of next week's temple bulletin. What about a double border around the last Sundas offering plate announcement? Putting the sermon in 2 columns instead of 1 might have interesting effects. It was almost unbearable to think that he couldn't get started on it until Alfiers sent him information. When she did, it was with the note, "Last bulletin a little better. Next time, don't use the word fortuitous in place of fortunate. The words are not, if you look them up, synonymous." That's actually true. She's not wrong. Because, like, fortunate is more akin to lucky, whereas fortuitous is like serendipitous, like it's like coincidental, you know. Like I mean, they're very similar. Whatever. She's nitpicking. It's fine. Like, fortunate implies the word nerd in me can't help it. Fortunate implies that, like, something bad could have happened, but it didn't. Whereas fortuitous means that, like, something great happened. Like, does that make sense? There's, like, an implication of avoidance of negativity with fortunate, whereas, like, fortuitous is, like, something great just happens kind of out of nowhere. It doesn't have that, like, implication. But whatever. Anyway, moving on. In response, Thauerbad almost followed Telemaichel's advice by screaming obscenities at Gorgos. Instead, he drank a bottle of cheap wine, composed and sent a suitable reply, and fell asleep on the floor. The next morning, after a long bath, Thauerbad began working on the bulletin. His idea for putting a light shading effect on the special announcements section had an amazing textural effect. Alfiers always hated the extra decorations he added to the borders, but using the Feyfolken quilt, they looked strangely powerful and majestic. Gorgos came to him with a message from Alfiers at that very moment, as if in response to the thought. Thauerbad opened it up. It simply said, "I'm sorry." Thauerbad kept working. Alfiers' note he put from his mind, sure that it would soon follow up with the complete message, "I'm sorry that no one ever taught you to keep the right hand and left hand margins the same length," or "I'm sorry we can't get someone other than weird old man as a scribe for our bulletin." It didn't matter what she was sorry about. The columns from the sermon notes rose like massive pillars of roses, crowned with unashamedly ornate headers. The obituaries and birth announcements were framed together with a spherical border as a heartbreaking declaration of the circle of life. The bulletin was simultaneously both warm and avant-garde. Warm and avant-garde. It was a masterpiece. When he sent it off to Alfiers late that afternoon, he knew she'd hate it, and was glad. Thauerbad was surprised he got a message from the Temple of Loridas. Before he read the content, he could tell from the style that it wasn't from Alfiers. The handwriting wasn't Alfiers' usual belligerent slashing style, and it wasn't all in Alfiers' usual capital letters, which read like a scream from oblivion. "Thauerbad, I thought you should know Alfiers isn't at the temple anymore. She quit her position yesterday very suddenly. My name is Vandertho, and I was lucky enough, let me admit it now, I begged pitifully, to be your new temple contact. I'm overwhelmed by your genius. I was having a crisis of faith until I read last week's bulletin. This week's bulletin is a miracle. Enough. I just wanted to say that I'm honored to be working with you. Vandertho." The response on Sundas after the service even astonished Thauerbad. The archpriest attributed the massive increase in attendance and collection plate offering entirely to the bulletin. Thauerbad's salary was quadrupled. Gorgos brought over 120 messages from his adoring public. Sip time. The following week, Thauerbad sat in front of his writing plate, a glass of fine Torvali mead at his side, staring at the blank scroll. He had no ideas. The bulletin, his child, his second wife, bored him. The third-rate sermons of the Archbishop were absolute anathema? Anathema. Like anti-theme? What does this mean? Oh, something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. The third-rate sermons of the Archbishop were absolute anathema, and the deaths and births of the temple patrons struck him as entirely pointless. Blah, blah, he thought as he scribbled on the page. He knew he wrote the letters blah, blah. The words that appeared on the scroll were, "A necklace of pearl on a white neck." He scrawled a jagged line across the page. It appeared in through the damned beautiful Feyfolken quill. "Glory to Auriel." Thauerbad slammed the quill and poetry spilled forth in a stream of ink. He scratched over the page, blotting over everything, and the vanished words sprung back up in different form, even more exquisite than before. Every daub and splatter caused the document to whirl like a kaleidoscope before falling together in gorgeous asymmetry. There was nothing he could do to ruin the bulletin. Feyfolken had taken over. He was a reader, not an author. Now, asked the great sage, what was Feyfoken from your knowledge of the school of conjuration? What happened next? Cried Volgoldak. First, tell me what Feyfoken was, and then I'll continue the story. I legit don't know. I have no idea. You said it was a Daedra, said Taxim, and it seems to have something to do with artistic expression. Was Feyfoken a servitor of Azura? But the scribe may have been imagining all of this, said Volgoldak. Perhaps Feyfoken is the servitor of Sheogorath. Sheogorath strikes their back! Strikes their head again. What is the phrase? Strikes their head, rears their head. Sheogorath's back! Okay, so wait, what happened? Perhaps Feyfoken is a servitor of Sheogorath, and he's gone mad. Or the quill's writing makes everyone who views it, like all the congregation of the Temple of Ariel, go mad. Hermaeus Mora is the Daedra of knowledge. Sand Hircine is the Daedra of the wild. Sand, the Daedra of revenge, is Boethia. Pondered Taxim. And then he smiled. Feyfoken is a servitor of Clavicus Vile. I know that name. I have the Clavicus Vile mask, and it's the mask that I wear in town because I can barter with people more and get more money from people. Okay, so where did I get that mask? Now I have to remember. Was that from the weird dog quest? I think so. There's a talking dog, and it turns out he, like, I don't know, is, like, in cahoots with one of the, like, Daedric dudes, but the Daedric dude is, like, mad at him and wants you to kill the dog. I don't think I killed the dog. Is that where I got this? I don't know, but I know this name. Okay, anyway. Feyfoken is a servitor of Clavicus Vile, isn't it? Very good, said the great sage. How did you know? It's his style, said Taxim, assuming that he doesn't want the power of the quill now that he has it. What happens next? I'll tell you, said the great sage, and continued the tale. Feyfoken 3, baby! Almost out of mimosa. How are you doing over here, little cat? You good? She's enjoying the mouse pad and this feather duster, huh? What do you think? Okay, anyway. She's just being a good cat over here. See, she was a nightmare for a minute, but now that she has my mouse pad, she's doing great. The only thing is that mouse pad has a little, like, wrist thingy so that, like, it helps with carpal tunnel and whatnot, and now I don't have that. So now, you have that. You're using it for your butt. She just had to make an entrance. That's true. That's true. All right, here we go. Feyfoken 3. Maddie, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Bauerbad had at last seen the power of the quill, said the great sage, continuing his tale. Enchanted with the Daedra Feyfoken, servitor of Clavicus Vile, it had brought him much great wealth and fame as the scribe of the weekly bulletin of the Temple of Ariel. But he realized that it was the artist, and he merely the witness to its magic. He was furious and jealous. With a cry, he snapped the quill in half. Uh-oh. He turned to finish his glass of mead. When he turned around, the quill was intact. He had no other quills but the one he had enchanted, so he dipped his finger in the inkwell and wrote a note to Gorgos in big, sloppy letters. When Gorgos returned with a new batch of congratulatory messages from the temple, praising his latest bulletin, he handed the note and the quill to the messenger boy. The note read, "Take the quill back to the Mages Guild and sell it. Buy me another quill with no enchantments." Interesting. Gorgos didn't know what to make of the note, but he did what he was told. He returned a few hours later. "They wouldn't give us any gold back for it," said Gorgos. "They said it wasn't enchanted." I told them. I told him, I said, what are you talking about? You enchanted it right here with that Feyfoken soul gem. And they said, well, there ain't a soul gem in it now. Maybe you did something and it got loose. Did soul gems can just get loose like that? Gorgos paused to look at his master. Thauerbad couldn't speak, of course, but he seemed even more than usually speechless. Anyway, I threw the quill away and got you this new one, like you said. Footloose. Think out your Sunday shoes. Thauerbad studied the new quill. It was white-feathered, while his old quill had been dove gray. It felt good in his hand. He sighed with relief and waved his messenger lad away. He had a bulletin to write, and this time without any magic except for his own talent. Oh no, this is not going to go well for the poor guy. Within 2 days' time, he was nearly back on schedule. It looked plain, but it was entirely his. Thauerbad felt a strange reassurance when he ran his eyes over the page and noticed some slight errors. It had been a long time since the bulletin contained any errors. In fact, Thauerbad reflected happily. There were probably other mistakes still in the document that he was not seeing. He was finishing a final whirl of plain calligraphy on the borders when Gorgos arrived with some messages from the temple. He looked through them all quickly until one caught his eye. The wax seal on the letter read Feyfoken. With complete bafflement, he broke it open. I thought you should kill yourself, it said in perfectly gorgeous script. Wow! He dropped the letter to the floor, seeing sudden movement on the bulletin. Feyfoken's script leapt from the letter and coursed over the scroll in a flood, translating his shabby document into a work of sublime beauty. Thauerbad no longer cared about the weird croaking quality of his voice. He screamed for a very long time, and then drank heavily. Gorgos brought Thauerbad a message from Vanderthel, the secretary of the temple, early Fredas morning, but it took the scribe until mid-morning to work up the courage to look at it. Good morning. I am just checking in on the bulletin. You usually have it in on Turdos night. I'm curious, you planning something special? Vanderthel. Thauerbad responded, Vanderthel, I'm sorry. I have been sick. There won't be a bulletin this Sunday, and handed the note to Gorgos before retiring to his bath. When he came back an hour later, Gorgos was just returning from the temple, smiling. Vanderthel and the archpriest went crazy, he said. They said it was your best work ever. What is happening? Thauerbad looked at Gorgos, uncomprehending. Then he noticed the bulletin was gone. Shaking, he dipped his finger in the inkwell and scrawled the words, What did the note I sent with you say? You don't remember? Asked Gorgos, holding back a smile. He knew the master had been drinking a lot lately. I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like, Vanderthel, here it is, sorry it's late, been having severe mental problems lately, Thauerbad. Since you said, here it is, I figured you wanted me to bring the bulletin along, so I did. And like I said, they loved it. I bet you get 3 times as much letters this Sundas. Thauerbad nodded his head, smiled, and waved the messenger lad away. Gorgos returned back to the temple, while his master turned to his writing plank and pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. He wrote with the quill, What do you want, Feyfoken? The words became, Goodbye. I hate my life. I have cut my wrists. What the fuck? Thauerbad tried another tact. Have I gone insane? The words became, Goodbye. I have poison. I hate my life. Why are you doing this to me? I, Thauerbad Holsick, cannot live with myself and my ingratitude. That is why I've put this noose around my neck. I am stunned. I'm stunned. Pajmaj, I am stunned. What is this? What is this emote? This is a good one. Thauerbad picked up a fresh parchment, dipped his finger in the inkwell, and proceeded to rewrite the entire bulletin. While his original draft, before Feyfoken had altered it, had been simple and flawed, the new copy was a scrawl. Lowercase i's were undotted, g's looked like y's, sentences ran into margins and curled up all over like serpents. Ink from the first page leaked down on the second page. When he yanked the pages from the notebook, a long tear nearly divided the third page in half. Something about the final result was evocative. Thauerbad at least hoped so. He wrote another note, reading simply, "Use this bulletin instead of the piece of trash I sent you." When Gorgos returned with new messages, Thauerbad handed the envelope to him. The new letters were all the same, except for one from his healer, Telemichael. "Thauerbad, we need you to come in as soon as possible. We've received the reports from the Black Marsh about a strain of the Crimson Plague that sounds very much like your disease, and we need to re-examine you. Nothing is definite yet, but we're going to want to see what our options are." It took Thauerbad the rest of the day and 15 drams of the stoutest mead to recover. The larger part of the next morning he spent recovering from this means of recovery. He started to write a message to Vanderthel. What did you think of the new bulletin? With the quill. Feyfoken's improved version was, "I'm going to ignite myself on fire because I am a dying no-talent." Yikes, dude. Thauerbad rewrote the note using his finger and ink message. When Gorgos appeared, he handed him the note. There was one message in Vanderthel's handwriting. It read, "Thauerbad, not only are you divinely inspired, but you have a great sense of humor. Imagine us using those scribbles you sent instead of the real bulletin. You made the Archbishop laugh heartily. I cannot wait to see what you have next week. Yours fondly, Vanderthel." The funeral service a week later brought out far more friends and admirers than Thauerbad Holsick would have believed possible. The coffin, of course, had to be closed, but that didn't stop the mourners from filing into lines to touch the smooth oak surface, imagining it as the flesh of the artist himself. The Archbishop managed to rise to the occasion and deliver a better-than-usual eulogy. Thauerbad's old nemesis, the secretary before Vanderthel, Alfiers, came in from cloud rest, wailing and telling all who would listen that Thauerbad's suggestions had changed the direction of her life. When she heard Thauerbad had left his quill in his final testament, she broke down in tears. Vanderthel was even more inconsolable, until she found a handsome and delightfully single young man. "I can hardly believe he's gone, and I never even saw him face to face or spoke to him," she said. "I saw the body, but even if he hadn't been all burned up, I wouldn't have been able to tell if it was him or not. I wish I could tell you that there had been a mistake, but there was plenty of medical evidence," said Telemichael. "I supplied some of it myself. He was a patient of mine, you see." "Oh," said Vanderthel. "Was he sick or something?" "He had the Crimson Plague years ago. That's what took away his voice box, but it appeared to have gone into complete remission. Actually, I had just sent him a note, telling him words to the effect the day before he killed himself." "You're that healer?" exclaimed Vanderthel. "Thauerbad's messenger boy Gorgos told me that he had just picked up that message when I sent mine, complimenting him on the new primitive design for the bulletin. It was amazing work. I never would have told him this, but I had begun to suspect he was stuck in an outmoded style. It turned out he had one last work of genius before going out in a blaze of glory, figuratively and literally." Vanderthel showed the healer Thauerbad's last bulletin, and Telemichael agreed that its frantic, nearly illegible style spoke volumes about the power and majesty of the god Auriel. "Now I'm thoroughly confused," said von Goldach. About which part?" asked the great sage. "I think the tale is very straightforward." "Feyfoken made all the bulletins beautiful except the last one, the one Thauerbad did himself," said Taxum thoughtfully. "But why did he misread the notes from Vanderthel and the healer? Did Feyfoken change those words?" "Perhaps," smiled the great sage. "Or did Feyfoken change Thauerbad's perception of those words?" asked von Goldach. "Did Feyfoken make him mad after all?" "Very likely," said the great sage. "But that would mean that Feyfoken was a servitor of Shioga Wrath," said von Goldach. "And you said he was a servitor of Clavicus Vile. Which was he, an agent of mischief or an agent of insanity?" The will was surely altered by Feyfoken," said Taxum. "And that's the sort of thing a servitor of Clavicus Vile would do to perpetuate the curse." "As an appropriate ending to the tale of the scribe and his cursed quill," smiled the great sage, "I will let you read into it as you will." What? A weird one! I was not prepared. I was not prepared. Wogan Yarth likes to give you a little M. Night Shyamalan twist, you know? He likes to surprise you. That's kind of his thing, I've noticed. That's his MO. Interesting. That was a really interesting one. Huh. Well, maybe one more quick one and then call it a night? What do you think? Let me finish the rest of my mimose here. All right, Podgemod, are you still there? Anyone else still there? I didn't see it coming either. Okay, one of the things sounds lovely. Okay, so Cassie, Podgemod, anyone else who's out there, thank you for being here. Thank you again for the 10 subs. It was very sweet of you. It's very, very kind and generous. So one of the stories in here is actually like a choose your own adventure. So I'm gonna let you all make the decisions if I can find it. Is it not Kobold? Is it? Hold on, I'm just gonna have to look at my stuff. Yeah, so it's choose your own adventure. So you guys are gonna choose the adventure. I'll let you know, last time we did bad and we died right away. All right, let me see. This is, we just read the Argonian account. I liked the Argonian account. I think that was the one that I enjoyed most today. Hadn't seen you blink till now, and holy hat, welcome. Thank you! Here it is. Cool, right? Pinterest, baby. It's all Pinterest. Guys, Salupaton, how are you? Is your marathon stream still going? Salupaton has been doing a marathon stream the last couple of days and is absolutely crushing it. And also, she's just a delight and a treasure, and you should go follow her because she's great. Go do it. It's creepiful, right? I love it. I think it's so cool. Also, I don't know if you can tell, but I gave myself weird snake nostrils. I'm very proud of the makeup. Makeup's wild. This makeup took me like 4 hours today. That's not even an exaggeration. It took me a really long time. It took me forever, man. Can't vouch for the delight and the treasure thing? It's true. It's true. Ursadon knows. How are you, Ursadon? It's good to see you. The snake nostrils, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is very fun. 14-hour stream coming up tomorrow. Okay. All right. So because last time I saw you were stuck like for a long time on hour 20. Love the scales too. Thanks, guys. Oh my god, thanks. We've been reading stories from Skyrim. We're gonna do one more quickie one. Horrible and wonderful? Oh man. One more quickie one. Let me see. So it's like, yeah, it's choose your own adventure. It's kind of cool. Oh my god, Pa Law was great. We read Pa Law last time. That's a good one. Highly recommend. Is Pa Law by Wogan Yarth? No. Von Mirskritte. We should see what else this guy has written. Hold on. Just real quick. Because this dude, Pa Law, is a slapper. But it's another one kind of like what we just read, where it's like, oh, what a surprise! What a twist! No, Pa Law is his only one. But it's a good one, man. Okay. Doing good, leveling a hardcore character. Nice. What kind of character? So this is where I am. Okay. We read Wolf Queen last time. That was kind of interesting. That was cool. Here we go. Kolb and the Dragon. It's not Kobold. Okay, so you guys are gonna make the decisions, not me. Okay. It's a little bit weird, but we'll figure it out. Ursa's on your team now? Yay! That's exciting! How fun! How are you feeling about tournament tomorrow? You're gonna crush it. You're gonna do great. That's tomorrow, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is a whole thing. Okay, so this is new. But for the record, Cassie, you can do hardcore like duos or trios if you want to like level with somebody. You guys can like level in a group together. Just saying. But what they're doing is for this thing called Hardcore All-Stars, which is like, it's like a competition over like the course of like 2 months. And like, I didn't get on a team for it because it was like too much time commitment. I couldn't, like, it was, but I'm watching it, and it's fantastic. So people have teams of 5 or 6 where basically they have to level really, really quickly, and like every other weekend they're assigned to clear like 3 or 4 dungeons. And so they have to, there's a certain like level limit that they can't get past that level. Like, I think, I don't know, Salubaton, you can probably help. Let me explain more about it. No! No Hit Jerome died 3 times tonight and our shaman died and quit. No! That's so sad! Oh, F's for Jerome and F's for the shaman. This is very sad. Cassie. I see you. So the idea is that like last time around it was like, okay, you can't get past level 22. And today you have to do Wailing Caverns, Dead Mines, Stranglethorn, or not Stranglethorn, Jesus Christ, Shadowfang Keep, and then Black Fathom Depths. So you have to do those 4 dungeons as quickly as possible. And the quickest team cleared it in like 2.5 hours. Cleared all of them in 2.5 hours. It's wild. It's wild to watch. Like the kind of time that a lot of people are putting into the prep of it, like people are like, yeah, I know, Cassie, it's wild. That's what I'm saying. Like, so people are using all sorts of like speedrunning strats in terms of like skipping skipping trash mobs and like finding like these really interesting evade spots. People have been like farming like mad to get ready. Like, so they've been like fishing for like hours and hours to get like trinkets and stuff. Like, absurd. So the winning team for last time, they all got trinkets from Stranglethorn Vale that I believe you have to get from the fishing tournament. And it's a trinket that turns you into a fish, so your swim speed is faster. So I think that was huge for them in terms of like getting through Black Fathom Depths. Wild. It's really cool to watch. It's really interesting. Calamity is such a beast. I knew, this is no offense to you and Jerome, by the way, it's just that team is so fucking stacked. When I saw that team, Parla, Ompy, Calamity, Ellen Degen, Keksek is on their bench. I forget who the other person is and I feel really bad. But every single one of those people, absolute monsters. Like, that team is so stacked. As soon as I saw See You Next Circus, I was like, there's your winner. Like, we don't need to do the tournament. We know who's gonna win. Like that team is absurd. And don't get me wrong, there are other amazing teams out there. Cheesy's team crushed it. They got it done in like 2:45 or something. And Cheesy's a badass. And obviously like Grays and the boys, like they like eat, breathe, sleep WoW, so of course they did well too, right? But like, I don't know, man. That team is next level. That team is like full of players that are just like beyond. It's ridiculous. It's very cool. I joke that we're gonna make it to the end, but we keep dying before each circuit. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, Salute Baton. Eden, I was just talking about you. How are you? It's so good to see you. No offense taken. I had no dreams that we'd win. It's just fun to play. Totally. That's how I feel in any of the ones that I'm doing, which are not the same as what you're doing, obviously. But like, I just want to make it, you know? If I can just make it, that's great. Like the last weekend tournament that I did, like the fact that like, oh man, I wish I had made it to 12. I really do. But the fact that I made it like just a couple bubbles away from 12 and then got to like get through the dungeon and like do it with friends, like it was really fun. Loved it. So slow at leveling and stuff. Okay, but here's the thing. That actually benefits you so much in hardcore. All this speed leveling bullshit, don't get me wrong, it's really fun and it's cool. It'll get you killed in hardcore, as evidenced by Sloopton's poor team, is that like when you're trying to grind super fast, the likelihood of you dying is like so much higher. I need you to know. So I have the world's first naked, no weapons, no talents mage, right? The slashed played on her to get from 0 to 60. 14 days. 14 days. 2 weeks of my life was playing that girl. So in terms of leveling slowly, listen. I'm all for it. I very much support that. Okay. Kolb and the dragon, are we ready? But also Cassie, for real. If you want to do a duo, let me know. It is cool. It's really interesting, yeah. All right, Kolb and the dragon. An adventure for the boys. For Nord boys. Kolb was a brave nerd warrior. A brave nerd warrior. On his day, reading. On one day, his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass, Kolb, the chief said. You'll find the dragon on the other side. Turn to page 2. Page 2. Here we are. Kolb took his favorite axe and shield and walked to the pass where he found a gold cave, a windy cave, and a narrow trail. A cold cave. A cold cave, a windy cave, a narrow trail. All right. Real quick, so just to make sure. Okay, so here are your options. Enter the cold cave, enter the windy cave, walk up the trail. Okay? The mimosas are taking over. I mean, we're practically done, but you're right. I basically had a half bottle of wine. So Missy, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, so you guys are gonna get a quick little poll here. It's just gonna say choose. Oh my God, please, I beg. Choose. What do we need? Cold cave. Cold cave. Oh my God, I cannot for the life of me. Cold cave. Windy cave. I think the first time I read this, I was like, the windy cave? It's very windy in there. And then trail. Okay, you get a very short amount of time. You get 2 minutes. Okay, ready, set, choose. 2 minutes, choose your fate. Vote. If you don't see a thing to vote for, refresh your stream. We got 1 for the windy cave. Oh shit, we got a 3-way tie. All right, trail is in the lead right now. 2 votes for the trail. Oh gosh, 2 votes for the cold cave. Oh wow, it's a barn burner. Cold cave got another vote. All right, cold cave is in the lead. We've got 3 votes for cold cave, 2 votes for the trail, 1 vote for the windy cave, the windy cave. It's definitely windy, but I really want to say windy. Bonnie, my cat is on one. Baby girl, I'm almost done streaming, I swear. I'm almost done. I see you. I know, Bonnie, man. Okay, it's looking like the cold cave. I gave you 2 minutes. Part of me is wondering, would 1 minute be enough? I just want to make sure you had plenty of time. But unless someone comes in last minute here, I mean, you never know. Pajma just saying 12. Pajma just saying walk up the trail. You look great. Thank you. Thank you. It was very fun putting this together. Today was a weird day. There was a lot. I say it was fun. It was actually very frustrating. Certain things just did not go my way today. But it all came together in the end, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of my weird lizard makeup. So thank you. I appreciate it. How are you, Eden? It's good to see you. By the way, I'm going computer shopping tomorrow, and I'm so excited. It's gonna be so fun. All right, cold cave. We're going in the cold cave, I think. I'm pretty sure. Wrapped up tabletop game night. Nice. How was that? All right, cold cave it is. Thank you for voting. Here we go. We gotta find 17. Hold on. Okay. Kolb stepped into the frozen cave. Bonnie, don't kick me. Don't kick my hand. That's rude. I don't even know. What even happened? What even happened here? Where did we even... Oh, man. No, jeez. Okay, hold on. We were there. And then Bonnie was like, no, mother. Off to bed. Aw, Sleepy Toad, it's so good to see you. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening. Go get some sleep, okay? All right, Kolb and the Dragon. We gotta go to 17, 17, 17, 17, 17. Don't read ahead, just 17. Okay, Kolb stepped into the frozen cave, but his Nord blood kept him warm. A smelly tunnel climbed ahead of him. What? A smelly tunnel climbed ahead of him. That's weird. And wind howled from another to his left. A smelly tunnel? Okay. A smelly tunnel climbed ahead of him. Just we're talking about how the tunnel is smelly and it was ahead of him. A wind howled from another to his left. A ladder was nearby as well. Okay, so smelly tunnel, windy tunnel, ladder. These are our options. Okay? Smelly tunnel. Bonnie! 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 You're being a naughty baby! No, I need to show everyone your shame. Look at you. You're being a naughty baby. This is why I hold you to show. I know. Well, I don't like it either, girl. I don't like it either. Look at what you did. I'm just trying to do this stream, man. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Okay, all right, okay. So, choose. Your options are smelly tunnel. Whoops, I can't spell. Smelly tunnel. Windy tunnel. And then the other option is the ladder. Okay, so last time you guys you were so fast that I think 1 minute. I think you can handle 1 minute. Do you think you can handle 1 minute? That means you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Vote. Go. You have 1 minute. 1 minute. You gotta go fast. You don't have time. Is it the smelly tunnel? Is it the windy tunnel? Is it the ladder? What are we gonna do? And no one likes a smelly tunnel, apparently. 2 for the ladder. 3 for the ladder. 3 of you really want the ladder. Oh, 1 person wants a smelly tunnel. Thank you, whoever you are. All right, 3 votes ladder, 1 vote smelly tunnel. We got like maybe 30 seconds left, just in case. Ooh, 2 for the smelly tunnel. Wow. Oh my God, we've got all these smelly tunnel enjoyers coming out of the woodwork. Okay, it's 50-50 split. 3 for the smelly tunnel, 3 for the ladder. I need someone to break this tie. I can't be the one. I can't be the one. You can't make me choose. You need to choose. I need one of you. I need 1 person to come in. Come on. Who's gonna do it? No, you guys are gonna make me choose? Come on. Come on. I need to know about the smelly tunnel. Roll a die. I've already committed to the smelly tunnel. But here's what I'll say. If we die because I took us to the smelly tunnel, we will then climb the ladder instead, okay? I have to know what's happening in this smelly tunnel. Okay, so to 4. To 4 we go. Okay. Following the stench, Kolb found a filthy orc. The orc snarled and charged Kolb with his spiked club. Raise shield, swing axe. Okay, do we raise our shield or do we swing our axe? Shield or axe, baby? Once again, 1 minute. You guys can do this. I believe in you. You did great before. So your options are shield or axe. Did I do it? Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. So following the stench, Kolb found a filthy orc. The orc snarled and charged Kolb with his spiked club. Shield or axe? 1 minute. Go. You just have 1 minute. You gotta do this. We don't have time. Why is the tunnel smelly? Are they implying that the orc is smelly and that's why? We got 2 for the shield. Two votes for shield. 1 vote for axe. 3 votes for shield. Oh my gosh, it's really happening. This is really happening. It's all happening. All right, so far it's looking like shield, unless we got some last minute votes. 3 for shield, 1 for axe. Got 30 seconds left. It's very intense. It's very intense. Who knows? Who knows what could have happened? I think we're gonna shield it. I think shield is it's a safe bet. It's a safe guess, you know. This is much further than we made it last time. Last time we died like instantly. Okay, shield. Shield. Gotta go to 9. Oh no! The orc cackled as his club splintered Kolb's shield and smashed into his face. There, Kolb died, and the orc had soup from his bones. Wah wah. Should we see, though? Should we see what would have happened with the ladder? I think we should. I think it's only fair to see what would happen with the ladder. Let's just take a look at the ladder. Okay, so instead of, let's just pretend that we were like, fuck the smelly tunnel, we're going up the ladder, okay? Okay, here we go. Ladder. Climbing up, Kolb found a camp. He met a wise man who shared bread and showed him 2 paths to the dragon's lair. One went through the hills, the other through a marsh. Hills or marsh? Not the best shield. Really shitty shield. Not a good shield. We should have... I mean, I don't know. Had we used the axe, would that have worked? Probably not, right? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe it would have. All right, choose between hills. So we got hills, and then we got marsh. Marsha. 1 minute. 1 minute to find out what happens with our ladder quest. Go. Go. Will it be the hills? Will it be the marsh? So far, 2 for hills, 0 for marsh. You love to see it. Guys, I'm gonna fix my lusty Argonian boobs real quick. I'm having issues. All right, where are we at? 2 for hills. It's looking like the hills. No votes for marsh as of yet. It could be a hilly time. 30 seconds left. Although we all know that we died in the smelly tunnel, let's just be honest about it. But just for funsies, who knows? Maybe the wise man with the bread, you know? They're all alive with me a second. Singing the songs of 1,000 years. You know? I don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay, hills it is. The hills have eyes. All right, Kolb stepped onto a rocky hill. He could see the dragon sleeping below and a tavern off a road nearby. Climb down or visit tavern? Okay. Climb down, visit tavern. Climb down, visit tavern. Climb down, visit tavern. This is our choices. So... climb down. Visit... tavern. Once again, 1 minute. 1 minute. What are we doing? We would climb down to where the sleeping dragon is. We gotta go to the tavern. Choose our fate. Okay, one person is like, fuck this, we're visiting the tavern. 2 people want to visit the tavern. No one wants to talk to the dragon. No adventurers among us. Everyone wants to visit the tavern. Everyone going with the safe choice, huh? I admire it. I respect it. After the smelly tunnel, everyone's like, nah. Let's just go to the tavern. Honestly, Missy Sue, same. We were talking earlier. I don't know. I can't remember if this was before you got here or after. We were talking about Hobbit energy. Because there was in one of the stories we read, there someone was just like, I just really like, I wish I could just have roast and sleep in a nice warm bed. And I was like, same, bro. Same. Like, honestly, same. Everyone wants to visit the tavern. Okay. We're visiting the tavern. Here we go. Watch the tavern kill us. Look, you guys! Kolb stopped at the tavern to rest before fighting the dragon. High elves ran the tavern, however, and poisoned his mead so they could steal his gold. So we would have either died in a smelly cave to an orc, or in a tavern to some shifty elves who poisoned us. F's. I don't know if there is a way to like win, as it were, with this choose your own adventure book, but I kind of like that we've gotten different endings every time. At least I think. I can't remember what we did last time, but these all seem new to me. I know. I was hopeful we could just like have some soup and call it, you know. Guys, I think that's it. I think that is our second ever Skyrim book reading stream. Thank you so much for being here. You all are fucking sweet and amazing. Missy Sue, thank you again for the raid. For real, for real. If you guys aren't following Missy Sue, you absolutely should be. And I don't know why you are not. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you follow this beautiful, wonderful, amazing person? Let's find out. Where are we gonna go? This was very fun. Thank you all. And again, like just to make it clear, like this was one of our stretch goals for the computer, and we, oh my gosh, what's happening? Eden! Oh my god, my cat was very upset about it. Eden! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, apparently that my cat wanted you to know that message. That's from my cat. Thank you for the subs to Yafurge and Modern and Pie Sucks at Games and Jesse and Westbound. And also, you know what? I didn't even read... Oh my god, the beautiful Celestial Cassie gifted 10 subs earlier, and I didn't even read who you gave those subs to, because I was just in shock, and then we Lusty Argonian mated it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Cassie, thank you for the 10 gifted subs earlier. And Sable, thank you for the 500 bits. You guys, you're very sweet, and I really appreciate you all. And with that, it's time to find someone to raid. Where we gonna go? Who we gonna see? What's the energy? Who's live on Twitch? Do you like that song? Thank you. Eden, you're a sweetheart. Pajamaj, thank you for being here. Mercenary Jane is on. I do love me some Mercenary Jane. Reaps HC is on. Still at Pones. Mistress Graves. Julie Go Live. Let's go hang out with Julie Go Live. Julie Go Live was on the podcast like last weekend. And she's really cool, guys. She's really cool. She's really sweet. She's just chaotic and beautiful. Her music is amazing. I really like her a lot. And I don't late night stream enough to be able to raid people like her, so we're gonna go raid her because she's just a sweetheart. Okay, you have a beautiful night, guys. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. I will be back on Monday. I will be back on Monday. Okay. All right. Tell Julie I say hello. Actually, I'll be there. Let's all go tell Julie I say hello together. Okay. Thank you again. I love you guys. I'll see you Monday. Okay. I love you. Bye. See you. Bye. I love you. Bye. Thank you. I think I meant to say this, but I got distracted because of beautiful Eden. But I thank you guys for everything. Love you a lot. See you soon.